it is time to continue with Run and Bun. Now, before we start, there are a few things that I need to do that I've erroneously done previously. Specifically, this Drudigon is illegal. I've acquired this Drudigon in the Desert Underpass, but to have access to the Desert Underpass, I would have to get the... I need to make sure that I say it right. I'd have to revive the fossil in Rustboro, and that would not be a legal encounter. I had something else there. That was an Amora, basically. So I'm gonna actually put this guy all the way over here, because he's illegal. And beyond that, I believe there were some other things in the same vein. I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything on that end. I had like a bunch of ideas, or like a bunch of thoughts based on like videos I saw, documentation I had while on vacation. But I'm not sure if I actually missed anything beyond that. I mean, I've updated everything that I would need to update for that. But, yeah. Except for, like, the like, putting the Pokemon away itself, of course. Which now is done. So, I think actually that was it. I think I made this sound way bigger than it actually was. I need to set up my screen a little bit. 1 second. This should do... I think it's something like this. When you have to have like 4 tabs open and then make sure that I can see everything, you kind of lose track of everything. So if you see me like do nothing in game, it's probably because I'm like doing stuff on the background. Stuff like having my OBS ready, having the AI document available. When you only have 2 screens for something as dense as this game, you kind of lose track. Anyway, when I was last playing this game, we got past the gauntlet round, what's it called again, Meteor Falls. We did a few trainers over here in Route 112. Made our way through Fiery Path. Made our way through these trainers, and we're now like ready to head up the mountain. And when I head up the mountain, there's gonna be a battle there, a double battle and 2 boss battles. I've prepared the first 2, not the third. The simple reason for not preparing the third is because it's dependent on what happens in the first 2. And therefore, I'm gonna grab the team for the first fight. The first fight is already there at the bottom. It is a double battle with the Excelgor and the, what was it again, the Stalk on one end, and the Indeedee and Meowstic on the other. It's like a Psychic Terrain team with speed and power, so you can't really abuse the I can't use priority moves to deny him anything. I.e., use Fake Out. That's really the gist of it. I want to make sure that I get the right team then. I want to bring Berserker. I want to bring Talon and Salazzle. And that is everything. I think. I want to double check what I have written down. So I'm gonna bring you over to the calculating sheet real quick and show off what I had. It was like hastily written down if you can't tell, but yeah. A very, very easy fight from the looks of it, or at least, well, very clear-cut fight is probably a better way of putting it. So we are gonna lead with Crook, and who was the other? It was Costa. Quickly putting these two away and putting you in the trash. And I want to bring you and... where was it? Salazzle. Why can't I find her? There she is. And I need a Berserker. Okay, so first off, on the first turn, against the Excelgor, Crocodile takes hefty damage, but exactly not a kill. So Caracosta instead will be pre-damaged to 76 to make sure that I die to both Bug Buzz and the Expanding Force of Indeedee. Expanding Force is basically always a kill. Like, I don't really need to worry about that, but yeah. Then Crook is gonna lead and knock off KO's the Indeedee with no issue. Then in comes the Meowstic, who's gonna... I'm gonna make sure that I say correctly. Against Costa is also still going to Expanding Force. Or maybe Thunderbolts, because he's also in range of Thunderbolts. He's not in range of Dazzling Gleam, that will never KO. I need to make sure that I put this on doubles and double check what I had. No, I don't need to worry about that. Okay, good. Alright. So, turn 1, I KO the Indeedee, both targeted Costa. In comes Meowstic, clicks Expanding Force of T-Bolt. I go to Berserker, who takes everything alright, barring like Bug Buzz, crit, and Expanding Force, or Bug Buzz, Special Defense drop, and Expanding Force crit. I believe. In the meantime, Crook KOs with Knock, and thanks to Berserker no longer necessarily being KO'd, I will see Struggle Bug or Bug Buzz, and into the Crook I will always see Bug Buzz. I would switch to the double resist of the bug moves in Salazzle and Talonflame, KO with Acrobatics plus random move of Salazzle, both outspeed the Sock, so a combination of another Acrobatics and like Sludge Bomb, Flamethrower, or Venoshock, doesn't quite matter, would KO the Sock. That looks correct. The only risk I'm taking basically is Berserker. But because it's not like a fake out mon like it would usually be, I don't quite mind it. Furthermore, I don't really have a safer way of doing this. I have another Protect Mon in Torkoal, but Torkoal specifically would need to be much lower to the point where I would also bait Shadow Ball, or maybe even, or like Hyper Voice would also be a move it can click, and I don't want that to happen. So yeah, this is the safest I could come up with. Looking over everything, I think that's correct. So I think it's time for us to just get ready and get into the fight. I don't need anyone else. If I would need anyone, I'll bring Torkoal, I guess, as another Protect Mon, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Okay, and I need to pre-damage Grant. I don't need specific targeting, so we're just gonna pre-damage 1 to 76. Usually you do like, I want to make sure that I say correctly, like you go to like Route 101 to do your pre-damaging. There's a script for it to basically ease the process. I've burned myself on not doing that before. So, yeah. There we go. Anyway, hope everyone's been doing well. I've enjoyed my vacation. I'm a lot tanner than I was before I left, which isn't to say a lot. I'm just like white as sheet beforehand. So yeah. Time for me to head up the mountain. And we are battle ready. Can you see the hiker? Nope. Or I missed it. Maybe I missed it. What is going on? Okay, so there's a gas station like across the road from me. And it looks like they're filling up the gas over there. So if you're hearing something in the background, that's it. I can also get my encounter here. I have not done that yet. I've chosen to wait because I feel like the encounters in this route, like on Mount Chimney, are better if I wait for Jagged Pass. Because you want Lucario, Lycanroc, like Lucario, Conkeldurr, maybe Lycanroc, definitely like Gemmo or Hakamo. And like, you don't want to see Druddigon, you don't want to see Altaria, you don't want to see... Altaria is still fine. And you don't want to see Turtonator. And Turtonator and Druddigon are on Jagged Pass. So, yeah. There is an argument to be had if you want to see Ursaring, maybe. But I have enough good ground types that I don't really care. So I prefer to, like, dupe out Mount Chimney than dupe out Jagged Pass. I think that's fair. So... yeah, so we're ready to go, and we're gonna wait with this encounter until later. Look at the Poochyena go. And over here, you will find nothing aside from some battling. Everyone has a Poochyena, evidently. And here's the fight that we need to do. Our double battle against Magma Trainers number 1 and 2. Most original names, of course. These are gonna be our Mons in question that we need. These 5 Melons here for more support. Granite Clay are going to be a lead, and we basically should have this riskless. There's one exception, like I could get like double crit or like special defense drop and crit like on Berserker, and then I might lose Berserker. But that's the only risk we're taking, and it's a risk I cannot avoid. And it should not have any influence on future battles that I've planned, at least. I think we're ready to go. I'm gonna see if I can wait for that thing to be done. From the looks of it, it might take a while, so and like I prefer not to have this in the background the entire time. I think I'll wait. And I'm just gonna do something casual for a bit. Which, like, is not really what you want to do, of course. I promise you I'll get back to it. I'll promise you we are gonna do some... We are going to be doing the run and bun fight the second this like background noise is gone. But for now, might as well do something fun, which is the Pokemon quiz. We're just waiting, really. Like, that's all there is to it. I will set a, let's say 20 minutes. I doubt it will take much longer than that. And I'll see how far I can get in 20 minutes. Alright? I've done this quiz before, Pokemon quiz. If you're not familiar, it's just like, see how many Pokemon you can remember. I've done this quiz a couple times. I usually bottom out at like 40-45 minutes at the 800-ish mark. 800, 900-ish. So, I'm pretty good. There's definitely better. I've seen like, I believe I've seen a comment of like a 30-minute record of like getting everything. Maybe 25? So, yeah. Yeah, I know Ren and Bun is looking very crazy. If you can't tell, there's like they're filling up the gas at the gas station opposite of my house, my apartment, and I'm just waiting for that background noise to die down. And just as an intermission, I'm doing this. It's not exactly what I want to do, but that's a reality of the situation. I don't know, like, is it audible? If it's not audible, I'm just gonna go. So, like, is it audible? I believe it is, but I'm not sure. You don't hear anything. Okay, well then it's purely on me. And I have been making this way too complicated than way more complicated than I needed to. I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm just gonna go. Like I said, Gran and Clay are our lead. Poppy's gonna be a potential sack, but it should only die to like crit, high roll into crit, high roll, or like crit, special defense drop into non-crit or high roll. Like, you need a bunch of bad luck, and it should not be relevant all that much. Faulkner Rock's gonna be the backup, and generally there should not be any risk, so here we go. We have Team Magmar working hard on everyone's sake. Like, if the thing's power made more land, there'd be more places to live. Everyone'd be happy. If there were more land, I'd be able to get a big house of my own. I'm going to build it on hardened lava. Probably cheaper than the house in this economy. Heyo! Okay. Grunts and Grunts won to battle. Excelgor Indeedee. This fight is gonna mostly be safe. Like, it's very clear-cut, and there's not gonna be, like, much issues involved. Let's put it that way. Intimidate does nothing, we don't care. So, there it is. The Excelgor is gonna click Bug Buzz on Grant, and Indeedee's gonna click Expanding Force. We are going to protect, and we are going to knock off the Indeedee. Knockoff is a guaranteed KO against Indeedee. Excelgor, despite Bug Buzz being super effective against Clay, will never see a kill. In fact, it deals 180 damage at most. Which is a beautiful amount. There we go. Doesn't affect Clay, of course. And therefore, 1 down, 3 to go. That's the Wise Glasses that it held. We don't really care. And here comes the Meow Stick. Incredibly lucky crit, I know, right? Definitely necessary. This is the one risk we're taking. Poppy might die here to like the worst of outcomes. But Meowstick is gonna either Expanding Force or Thunderbolt Grant, and Excelgor is once again gonna Bug Buzz Grant as well. We're going to knock off the Meowstick and get rid of it. Bug Buzz, if this doesn't crit and doesn't special defense drop, we're good. Alright, we're good. And that's the only risk we had to take. And this is Meowstick done. At this HP amount, Poppy no longer is guaranteed to be KO'd by the Excelgor, and therefore it can start hitting Clay. We don't really mind. We've got 2 quad bug resists in Faulkner and in Roxy. So they're both gonna switch in, and they're gonna finish this battle in short notice. Encore, even better. We are going to Acrobatics, and we're going to Sludge Bomb, and that's Excelgor down. Acid Spray, high damaging move, we don't care. Because the thing is, while the Excelgor has a Focus Sash, which is why we had to hit it twice, it's not gonna matter because we still 2 KO it between the 2 Mons. And the switch in here, being the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mon that's getting XP, the switch in being the Sock is slower than both Roxy and Faulkner, and therefore dies to the combination of acrobatics and sludge bomb. There's a sturdy. And here's the weakness policy that makes it honestly very scary if you didn't have something to outspeed it. But we do, so we don't really care. And that is this fight done. Very clean, very easy. Not the fight I was worried about to begin with. So, the dream of a big house. Don't we all dream of big houses, I guess? So the next one is Tabitha, right over there. I'm gonna quickly run back to get a heal, to get the right team. I have a fully prepped out line, or more aptly put, tree, because this one has, I want to say, like, I have A1 to A1 4, then A2 1, A2 1A, B, C, B1, and C1, like, I needed to check something for that, I see, but I will do that in a little bit. This is gonna be like a giant tree of decision making, basically. Can't I, like, hop, like, down the ledge here? No, you can't. I was vacation. It was good. It was very relaxing. We went to Tenerife, and it was just, like, a very simple vacation. Didn't do an awful lot, but it helped me, like, it helped us to relax, basically. Just have nothing to do. Which is good sometimes. We're both, like, pretty busy buddies. Busy bodies. That, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's been good. She really put you in an endless heal cycle, huh? But yeah, it's been a nice vacation, and it's been fun. Okay, so what did I need? It was just like, we're at like an all-inclusive hotel, like we had like nothing we needed to do. It was just eat, enjoy the sun, enjoy the games that you play on your phone, and yeah, do a whole lot of nothing. I need Hark. I'll have to wait until August to get 2 weeks off from work. Yeah. We're fortunate enough that we don't really have to rely on, like, holiday seasons. And that's such, like, it's such a boon. It makes things cheaper, it makes things easier, everything's less busy. Real good. Real good stuff. Okay, so what did I need again? I needed a soft sand on Camerupt, who I need to level up still. 1 second for that. I need a Chesto Citrus. I'm gonna do the black glasses first. And there's a few things I need to check still. Or double check is probably a better way to put it. Let's give the items. It is a Chesto for Torkoal. It is a Citrus for Tort. And Mask I have an item for, like, a yet undetermined item for. So I'm gonna quickly get the calculating sheet, see, like, if what I have actually works out. First off, this fight is done. And now we get to Tabitha, with a Torkoal that sets up Drought, and therefore the sun is up for the rest of that fight. Armaldo, Espeon, Victreebel, and Mega Absol. So there's a whole lot of power there. I'm gonna get rid of the Psychic Terrain, it's back to singles, and there we go. It looks scary as shit. Thankfully, I've got like a few good mons for specific things, but I needed to be baited in a proper order, and I'll probably be sucking 2 mons here. I'm gonna quickly put this in 90% so like everything is a bit more legible. Make sure that everything that I have is legible over there too. There. And then I also want to make sure that I have like there's a setting to put. Where is it? You can make the page just like, there we go, that's the one I'm looking for. Without, yeah. There we go, that's better. Sort of better. It's not because I cannot really... I need to reframe everything. Okay, I'm gonna put that back real quick. There we go. And double check that I have everything legible over here. If you can, yeah, so if you can tell already, this one is definitely very, very, like, decision tree heavy. And I don't really quite know what happens yet. I may have to sack 3 Mons. I don't quite know yet, and there's one, like, decision tree part that I still need to check realistically. That one. And here is something that I still need to... Yeah, okay, so there's a small few things here that I need to check up on still. And that is everything. Yeah, this is everything. So, this fight is heavily dependent on how the first turn is gonna go. Because on the first turn, we will see, why is this one always so damn high? I hate it. Probably because I have it framed for this. Yeah, I have it framed for that. Okay. Anyway. This fight is heavily dependent on the first turn. Because the first turn, we have a Quick Claw Torkoal with Explosion. And that Quick Claw plus Explosion combo makes for some very, very weird shenanigans. We have a very good counter here in the Camerot. Camerot, with a Soft Sand, is guaranteed to OHKO the Torkoal. However, there are a few wrinkles in this path. Specifically, if he gets a Quick Claw effect, that can very, very quickly like spiral out of control. The way we want to do this is hopefully we don't see a Quick Claw, and if we do, we see a Boom. It's a very, very small chance to happen, but it is possible. We're gonna pre-damage Camerupt to 130. At 130 HP, under most circumstances, i.e. no Quick Claw or Quick Claw Boom, Espeon will be the second to come in. We basically want to get Armaldo as far back as possible, because it sets up Stealth Rock and it's annoying. It makes like this fight a lot riskier, and like the more we can avoid it, the better. If we get a Quick Claw proc, we're in trouble. If we get if we get a Quick Claw Boom, that means that Camerupt dies, and that is really unfortunate, but something we can't really avoid anyway. Preferably, we just don't see it at all, because then Earth Power just outspeed KO next. Next being Espeon in two of those three scenarios, meaning no Quick Claw or Quick Claw Boom. When that happens, Espeon will always see a kill with Psychic. Why is it... Why 130 again? Right, because I cannot have it be dead to Stone Edge or Earthquake. I guess it needs to be at 121 instead. To, like, have... No, that's not necessary, because we see... No, that's not necessary. It just needs to be at 130, because then it's gonna bait in the Espeon. That's all that needs to happen. In those situations, it's always gonna Psychic, maybe Morning Sun, but in practice, always Psychic. I don't even see how it would Morning Sun, to be honest. It should always Psychic. We're gonna switch to Mightyena with a Black Glass equipped, because then Sucker Punch is a 81.3% to OHKO. It outspeeds thanks to the Sucker Punch, and therefore, hopefully, it KOs the Espeon without any issues. It's not guaranteed, but thanks to the Life Orb chip that would happen after from Espeon KOing Mightyena, we will still see it happen. It might be a Mightyena sack in the like 19% chance. That is fine. That is a sack that I'm not like comfortable just getting rid of. Then we, if it gets sacked, we're gonna switch to Masquerain in both scenarios. Or no, we either pivot to Camerupt or we pivot to Masquerain. It's basically to bait the Victory Bell, because Victory Bell will see a kill, whereas the Armaldo will not. As you can see, like, there's a mass fucking tree happening here already. And I'm not quite sure, like, for the safest line, there's, like, a little bit that I'm not quite sure of with the Masquerain, if I need to, like, pre-damage somehow. That's the one thing I needed to check. But, like, getting to the generalities of things, Torkoal against Victory Bell is a good 1v1. With an Asper Berry, Torkoal OHKOs very easily, and can take, like, a Gunk Shot or Solar Blade, and maybe even come in. If it's, like, at -1, especially Victory Bell, I'm just safe. That's the long and short of it. Why did I want to do that again? Oh, right. I know now. So this was the only little bit that I need to check on how I want to do it. I believe the long and short of it was that I didn't want to have Masquerain dead to crit Leech Life, which is 78 HP. I think I'm just going to give a Citrus to Masquerain anyway for that. But I have to see how that, like, pans out specifically. Did I miss anything else? No. I don't think so. I think that's everything I needed to check, and everything I wanted to check up on just in case. I'm gonna get from here. I'm gonna go from here. I don't remember exactly what I had in mind here, but I do need to do this bit a bit for a while. So, in the normal scenario, in comes Espion, Mariana, Sucker for Kill. If that's sacked, and if it's not sacked, it would be Armaldo that comes in. And Armaldo sees a kill with Leech Life. And this was where I, like, got caught up. Or at least that's where I ended my calcing prep. It was vacation, so I don't, like, it was, like, some afternoon vacation, like early on. Or halfway through. I had, like, a similar line here earlier. I don't remember where exactly. Oh, no! That, right. It's not the... Did I have a pre-damage on Mightyena? No, I didn't. I should. I should. No, 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 because I don't want to see Victory Bell. I think. No, I do. Because I still want to sack Mightyena. Yeah, I'd still want to sack Mightyena, so... Okay. So what's gonna happen here is we're just gonna pre-damage Mightyena ever so slightly to 147. So that Victory Bell comes in after, like, in the best case scenario. And then Armaldo never comes in. It would always be Victory Bell that comes in. And in the case of a sack, I would go to camera up to bait the Victory Bell. And, like, do the same thing, basically. Okay, yeah. And this was where Armaldo comes in after all that happens. Right, that was it. And then, like, okay, so if you have the incomes Armaldo here, that was after already KO'd Victory Bell. Against the Torkoal, who would have taken the KO at that point. Pardon me. It would be Armaldo that comes in, and Torkoal would have been damaged, so Edgequake is going to be clicked. And I believe I have, like, a very similar-esque line already cooked up somewhere else. Like this one, basically. I just have to go to B1, basically. Go to B1. That's really all it is. I I think that's really all it is, and like this part of like the safety for Victory Bell and Armaldo, I believe I don't need a pre-damage for Armaldo whatsoever. No, in fact I shouldn't. And if I want to do something, it'd be like getting rid of, like giving it a citrus. I think that's all I needed to do. Okay. I think we're good then. I think with this prep, with this like team, I should be good. At worst, I need to sack both Mightyena and Camerupt. At worst, it's Mightyena and Camerupt and Torkoal, but it's like extremely worst. In practice, Mightyena is basically always sacked unless it's an absolute goat. And Torkoal, maybe Camerupt, but probably not. We will see. I should have like a full line ready. I should be good to go. Let's go. Let's see if I can make my way through this fight. I got the team already, right? Yeah, all I needed to do was give a citrus to you. We just hope to never see the rocks. That's really all it is. Or the stealth rocks, to be more clear. Okay, and now we need to pre-damage everyone. Which means we double check. It's a pre-damage for... No, we first need to level up Blaze. Before anything else, that's what we need to do. So let's go ahead and do that first. He gets Earthquake. We're not gonna learn that to it, because Earth Power is, like, we mostly want this to be a special attacker, right? Its attack is good. Its special attack is ever so slightly better. Actually, no, they're both about equally good. But irrespective of that, we'd still want to see Earth Power over EQ. For the very simple reason that we've got enough physical Earthquake users, like physical ground users. So we're not going to learn it. Earthquake. Then we're going to keep going. We're going to see Flamethrower. Do I want to get rid of Lava Plume, Yawn, or Rock Slide? I think Yawn is probably keep. I think Earth Power is definitely a keep. Lava Plume is probably a keep. I think I'm gonna get rid of Lava Plume, actually. Rock Slide is whatever. I might get rid of Rock Slide later. For now, I'm gonna get rid of Lava Plume. And at 54, it gets Explosion. I think that's what I get rid of. A 1D Custap Explosion, basically, at our disposal. Rock Slide is thus going to be the move I get rid of here. Yeah, let's go. And that should be everything. Now we can do the pre-damaging, which is we pre-damage... What was that? I will get back to that in a little bit. Pre-damage 5 to 145. And pre-damage 3 to 147. And that's everything I needed to do. We're gonna exit out of this menu and come back and we see the damage. And that should be everything we needed to do. I will need to reply to the text, so 1 second. So apparently I have an appointment at 11, and I thought it was next week. I'm not in a position where I can get there easily, so... well, fuck. Not much I can do about it. We're just gonna continue, because this is just a therapeutic. Right? That's how this works? Anyway, we should be good to go, and hopefully all the prep work and the like branching paths that I made just work out the way I expect them to. And I might freewheel like a little bit, depending on how the game state looks. But whatever. Okay, so Blaze our lead. Nana's gonna be there for later. Hamilton is gonna be the final mon. Okay. Hopefully everything I have is correct. I need to actually respond to the text I got. Okay, now I'm good to go. I should not have much there. Okay. Blaze is gonna be our lead. Blaze is gonna be the one that's gonna handle the camera ups. Then we should bait in the Espeon, preferably. Depending on how the game state goes, we will need to see. I have like 3 branching paths based on the first turn, and there's like a bunch of branching paths within that. Hopefully everything I have written down just kind of works out or was excessive even, and it's just going to be very easy. We will need to see. It's a risky fight, there's a planned sack, but I think we are ready. I'm nervous, so I'm going to triple check everything. Like item-wise too, soft sand, black glasses, chesto, citrus, nothing. Oh, citrus, nothing. Yep, that checks out. Pre-damages that I have written down also align with what I have done here. Yes, this should be good. Okay, here we go. So you've come all the way here, but you're too late. I've already delivered the meteorite. And then I'm gonna deliver a swift death, hopefully. Or at least to your mons. Tabitha would like to battle Magma Admin the first time we fight him. Her? Him. Him. I don't remember if Tabitha was male or female, actually. Torkoal is the lead. And Torkoal is, as a matter of fact, slower than Blaze, but it has a quick claw. And with the drought setup, it's doing a bunch of stuff later down the line. For now, that quick claw activating can cause a whole bunch of trouble. Whatever happens, we click Earth Power and that KOs the Torkoal. And there's no quick claw. Okay, that is the biggest deal. Perfect. Torkoal down. This should bait in the Espeon. Did I do it right? I did. Good. With the pre-damage we did, we make sure to bait the Espeon, not the Victory Bell, and not the Armaldo. Espeon here is going to click Psychic every single time, no question. It might see a kill, it might not, it doesn't matter, it's always the highest damaging move. Nana comes in, takes that Psychic for free. Intimidate does nothing, we don't really care about it. Psychic, there we go. So we are now on path C1. And we Sucker Punch. It is an 80% chance-ish to kill. And it killed. Good. That should bait in the Victory Bell. With the tiny bit of free damage we had, Victory Bell is outspeeding and killing me. Or at least it's a ranged KO. We go to A1 and that should be good. Yeah. That little bit of free damage was there just so Victory Bell actually came in as opposed to the Armaldo, who sees a kill. So Victory Bell here is going to Solar Blade with me at 147. It might Solar Blade, it might Gunk Shot, it might Sleep Powder. We are going to click Crunch. We're going to click Crunch. Okay, just don't KO it. Just low roll. That makes this fight, like, easier. Nana, you are a goat! You saved your own life there, pretty sure. We Sucker and we kill the Victory Bell. Nana, you absolute goat. Absol comes in. Okay, that is... Did I have that written down? I did! 821. Yeah, Absol comes in clicking random move. I had this written down. Mela switches in. Mela takes a random move from Absol perfectly fine. It's gonna Mega Evolve. And the random move it clicks is Fire Blast. Perfectly fine. That was the worst outcome technically. And I want to check the damage real quick just in case. From this point, Torkoal with an item. Knockoff is a... It's never gonna kill. So we are safe to click Heat Wave. The Chesto Berry that Mela had there was not necessary anymore. It was there for Victory Bell, and Victory Bell's gone already, so we're good. And that is... Now, once again, a random move from this Absol. We are gonna go to Hamilton, who takes every single move at least once, and with Absol this low, we can E-speed it for kill. This Ice Beam cannot freeze me because of the sun. And that means this one is done. E-speed. And that should be Absol down, right? Good. That cry is so loud, Jesus. Anyway. I think with this now, we are deathless. This should be the Armaldo that comes in. Yup, because that's the only mon left. No shit. This is gonna click Earthquake or Stone Edge. With this being the first turn, he's slower, but he sees a kill. With me at 159, I need to double check that. There's a small chance for it to click Stealth Rock here. It's gonna be a risk we have to take. Ramos can take both moves. Just don't click Stealth Rock, it would actually be a bit of trouble. Earthquake, perfect. That's fine. That's good. That should be every risk gone. The pre-damage here on Ramos is there very specifically to make sure that after an Earthquake min roll, the Leech Life is still a guaranteed KO. Double checking, at 120 HP, Leech Life is guaranteed to KO me. Viola can take that Leech Life, intimidate it, and baits Stone Edge. One intimidate. The Leech Life is whatever. It can deal decent damage. We just need to be careful with the HP a tiny bit, because the second we are below 78, or 78 or below, we can no longer go to Viola. Ramos can take the Stone Edge. Armaldo is now at -1. And at this HP amount, 93, it's gonna either Leech Life or Stealth Rock. We hope to just see Leech Life. Make this a bit safer, but it doesn't quite matter anymore. I'm gonna do one more Intimidate to like really nail down this Armaldo. Leech Life. Okay. It saw the kill, or it just clicked it. Doesn't quite matter. We're still above the 78, so we can do one more pivot back and forth. Ramos comes in on the Stone Edge. And is now put into healing range for the Citrus. The Citrus was mostly there in case of like the max rolls. And now at 118 HP, Leech Life is no longer threatening me too much. Honestly, I can 1v1 from here. I can 1v1 from here, so I'm just gonna... What's the right order here? It's gonna be... Earthquake? We're gonna see what the right order is. It doesn't quite matter. It's like Earthquake, Synthesis, like... Okay, now we're good. 3 Earthquakes should kill this Armaldo. Get the leftovers done. We don't really care. And another Earthquake, and now it's gonna be low, and it's gonna be low enough to where even after this Leech Life recovery, it should never not live the Earthquake. I need to triple check that, because this is close. Let me be your ruler. How much is that? Is that because the minimum damage I deal with Earthquake is 44.3%. Is that below 44? If my eyes don't deceive me, I think it is. But I do not want to risk it. His max damage output is 74. I'm just gonna Synthesis. I'm gonna not take the risk. I'm gonna do it safe, just in case. Ruler can go for now. He can never 2-hit KO me anyway. So we're just gonna keep going for a bit. He has leftovers, of course. This might take a while. We will see. Earthquake. I think in general, like, I think I probably was safe before. It's definitely not safe anymore. Yeah, it's definitely not safe anymore. I will Synthesis one more time then. $80 is outside of KO range. It is, okay. So how are we gonna do this? I think I will Giga Drain it once for like a tiny bit of chip and a tiny bit of recovery. Okay, that's a fair bit more than I expected. The problem is 2 Leech Lives on average with the leftovers recovery out damage or out heal 1 Earthquake. I'm gonna Synthesis once again. I think we're just gonna take it slow. Leech Life has how much PP again? I need to check. Where is my Dex? This can go, should be here. Here, Dex, Leech Life has 10 PP. So we should be able to outlast that. Gonna Giga Drain. We should be able to outlast that just fine. Eep. Okay, yeah, well, whatever. Synthesis once again. Okay, we're gonna Giga Drain. Just gonna like stall out the Leech Life. Stall out the Leech Life. I didn't count, but he should be like 2 Leech Lives. Oh, he's out. He's already out. Perfect. Then we're good. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Earthquake, 2 it kills now. We're good. Stone Edge, whatever. Yeah, the damage is no longer relevant. I already should have known that I could have stalled out the Leech Life. I think I had that in mind. I just hadn't written it down. This was probably the best line it could have been. Because this was Deathless, where I full-on had a Plant Sack. Let's go! Tabitha down. And from what I've heard, Tabitha is the harder fight of these two. First off, running back. I need to heal. Aw, that felt good. That felt real good. Let's run down. There was no hiker again, I guess. I don't know. I didn't check. What's the chance of that again? 1 in 100? I don't know. And up we go. Ooh, that was smooth. I had a lot more trouble before. Okay. Heal up. And I'm gonna go ahead and get some different music. Which is probably just here. For the final fight of Team Magma right now. I want to have this done by the end of the day, preferably. But I need to check if that's at all possible. Mount Chimney, Magma Leader Maxi. Crustle, Wobbuffet, Aerodactyl, Komodo, Zarude, Camerupt. First off, Wobbuffet. Shit. Second off, a red card Sturdy Crustle. Also kinda shit. Because it makes this very random. Let's go ahead and take a look at the calculating sheet first. I'm not gonna quite get a new tab ready. We'll need to do that in a bit, but Maxi 1. Might as well do that actually in the meantime. Maxi 1. Alright. Whatever. Okay. And then I need to go to the calculating sheet myself, calculating page myself. And here we go. Crustle and a bunch of other shit. Thank you. See ya, Elgino. Thanks for being around for a bit. Hope you had fun. Holy crap. That looks terrifying. Okay, so first off, we have the Crustle. Sadly, I've got nothing to, like, stop the red card. I believe. Or does knockoff deny the red card? I don't remember what the interaction for that is. If holders survive to hit, attacks is... Okay, that doesn't quite answer my question. Let's take a look. It's... Bulbapedia... Red card. Will be knocked off before it has not... Okay, so knockoff does actually deny the... Yeah, knockoff denies it. That's good to know, because that means Krook is all of a sudden like a perfectly fine answer. Intimidates it. Can you just knock off and then rock slide or something? Maybe something else with knockoff. What else do I have with knockoff? I don't remember. I believe Zoroark has it. Yeah, but that's not better. That's it, right? Yeah, so Krook, knock into like high horsepower or something. Or rock slide probably with the Heartstone. It's a 3-hit KO. But I should be fine, generally. But I need to be very careful what comes in. I believe it will be Aerodactyl. Like an Aqua Tail. Either that or it's Komodo. Also, like I'm saying, so I will actually make a note of that real quick. So Maxi 1 knock denies red card. Like that's the long and short of it. I need to knock. Because if I don't, I'm just in trouble. Then what would come in? I know the switching AI has like a +2 modifier for Wobbuffet, but I believe Miracode and Counter just don't get damage calced for the switch in. It doesn't see damage, I believe, so I cannot depend on Counter and Miracode. Like, so Wobbuffet will just be a +2 or +3 if it's outspeeding. And for Wobbuffet specifically, I'd probably want Salazzle or something. Because Salazzle can Toxic it and just kind of whittle it down that way. It's either that or like Yawn on the Mightyena or something. I also need to be very careful with my Shed Shell. I don't have a Ghost type yet, right? No, I don't. So that's not an option. Anyway. Krook 1v1s the Crustle. And I cannot go to Torkoal easily. No, I cannot. Because Torkoal does have Rapid Spin, I believe. I need to update this Torkoal and the camera up real quick. Let me do that. Gyarados, Orbeetle, Krooks, Salazzle, Sora, Mamo, Executor, Dread, Pyro, Berserker. Where are you? Torkoal. There we are. That's a Torkoal updated. And where is my camera ups? There we go. Real quick, just run the export. There we go. Camera ups also exported, and here we go. Yeah, Torkoal cannot quite hang with Crustle. It just needs to be Crook. Like, plain and simple. I knock, I rock slide, I do something, I don't quite know what yet. I think in general, I should get hit at least once. So I should see Aerodactyl come in. Clicking Aqua Tail, so my first instinct would be to go to Kingdra, but that cannot take the Stone Edge quite as well. Whereas Dreadnought would be able to. Yeah, and that could have the Muscle Band to have that be fine. That would bait in Komodo, who sees a fast kill with Body Press. Or Zarude. Basically, yeah, no, like in general that should be fine. Yeah, Dreadnought 1v1s. Okay, so look quickly. Muscle Band Dread 1v1s. Arrow. Mask could 1v1 Komodo, but in practice not quite as well as you'd think. There's also just a Dragon Tail shenanigans that you really want to avoid. Camera up supposedly O with Boom. Right, duh. I do need to get rid of the rocks probably somehow, right? Probably. In the same vein, do I have like a clear 1v1 for Zarude? You'd think it'd be Masquerain, but the Assault Vest kind of puts a damper on that. Talonflame, no, because like it's surprisingly bulky. Zarude is hard to wall, surprisingly. Power Whip or Low Kick, what could come in on that? Mask, definitely. Seeing Darkest Lariat. Surprisingly, Torkoal just kind of walls from there, huh? Yeah, that can Rapid Spin then. At the very least, it can force a Rapid Spin. Could even go to Crook at that point, right? Get it to -2. Bait Power Whip or Low Kick again. Meaning I can go to Torkoal then and just kind of handle it from there. The main issue is like the Stealth Rock. Masquerain. Counting on Power Whip or Low Kick, it's fine. Even a crit would not kill. But if I get crit on Power Whip, 57 and then 75, so 125, 132. So I'd be at 19. so there is a small chance for it to U-turn. Against Torkoal, who would come in. It would actually be Camerupt, because it's pre-Mega, so it sees a fast kill. Torterra can come in on that and like EQ for kill. Is there anything else that can come in on the Earth Power? Alright. Gyarados. Kingdra. Not Kingdra. Gyarados very obviously can, though. Problem is, it could set up sub. No, it wouldn't. Okay, let's work this backwards, I guess. The Wobbuffet. How do I get rid of the Wobbuffet? Torkoal could probably handle it alright. Because Rapid Spin gives it some, like, 1v1 potential and Protect to stall. To hopefully, like, get rid of a bunch of shit. It's not quite good enough, but it's possible. In practice, you just want, like, a Moon or Salazzle. Probably a Moon, because a Moon can probably do more in the rest of the fight. Yeah. Where is my Moon? There. It's not quite safe into Zarude, but it's not far off. Especially once it's at -1. Just kind of Synthesis up, Toxic it, Sludge Bomb, stall. Same with Wobbuffet. Just kind of Toxic it. It should die after like 6 turns, I want to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 10, so 11. Then he gets 50% back, so 8 back, so 3. Is that true? But 11, it wouldn't trigger the pop-up yet, right? No, it would need to be 12 or more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would 15? Actually, no. It would be a 15, 16 that it'd take. So it'd die after 7 turns. 7 turns. So a Moon 1v1s Wob. Shit Shell to pivot to switch into it. Alternatively, like a Moon needs to get a KO, which is possible into Komodo. Maybe. Alternatively, it might like handle the Zarude alright. But probably like I need something else there. It depends on like who has the shit shell, right? Because it's gonna be +2 or +3. Against the Moon, it's +3, so that's a fast out damage. So anything that's fast out damage but not a kill would mean that Wob comes in instead. Camerupt would be out prioritizing at every point. Zarude wouldn't. Arrow could, depending on if it kills or not. Yeah, so basically I need to have gotten rid of the camera ups to have that happen. There's also... I really don't know what the AI is on Wobbuffet with the, like, something like Gyarados. But I think with Gyarados, I at least stand a chance against Wobbuffet. Like, just Ice Fang for flinches or freezes. And just kind of wait out. Wait out stuff. Against Arrow, it stands no chance. Against Komodo, it's not useless, but not the biggest boon. Against Zarude, it's too weak to the Power Whip. Yeah, whatever, okay. I think, like, these two are kind of must-brings. The Krook, so... Krook is gonna guaranteed. Or do I have anything else with knock? I do, actually. I have Costa, right? Not that Costa does more, though. Costa barely does anything better. It's a 3-hit KO for Costa as well, so... And it might even die to, like, getting Earthquake, like, hit by Earthquake twice. You really don't want to have that happen. So yeah, it's Krook. The only other alternative there would be maybe, like, Zoro, but that's too weak. So Krook, a Moon, like, those two are kind of must-brings. Against Arrow, there's like maybe a few options. Berserker comes to mind, but it needs a good switch in. Like, I don't want it to come in on Aqua Tail, preferably, even though double Aqua Tail would not kill. Double Aqua Tail would not kill. So I could instead use Berserker there instead of Dread. It's an option. I'll keep it in mind. It would bait in Komodo just like in the same vein. Like, there's no real difference between Dread and Berserker there. Not much. Then the Body Press means Raichu Alola takes that alright. No, not really. Orbeal definitely does, but it baits Dragon Tail, and really, that's something you really don't want. There's Torkoal as an option, maybe, there to switch into, like, Rapid Spin at that point. But that's too weak, unless I give it a Citrus. Unless I give it a Citrus, or unless I give it an Oran. Because I take... How much damage do I take from the rocks? 120, so 40, 24, so 40... No, 36. So I'd be at 110, so that checks out. I'd have to take 2 body presses. Yeah, so I could just do it with an Oran. Technically. Whether or not I want to is a different story, but I could. but then he also sets up his iron defense, and then we're in trouble. There's still Salazzle, which can kind of take it, but practice not really. But more importantly, there's still Orbeetle. So I think these two kind of get rid of the Komodo. But that is still like 2 slots I need for just Komodo. I guess Orbeetle kind of handles... No, what am I saying? You know what I really should have done? I should have kept Dark Pulse on Zoroark, because then Zoroark just 1v1s the Wobbuffet with ease, and probably also does well into Crustle. It does alright into Crustle. Not good. I also see that Torkoal does well Torkoal does way better into Zarude than it does into Komodo, so I don't think I want it there. I think I just want to use Orbeetle then, I guess. I definitely need Mask for Zarude. Mask plus Torque handles Zarude. Masquerain also helps fairly well for the Komodo, actually. With it up -1 especially. Air Slash to 2 AKO, I can Scary Face it. Like, yeah. And considering it's incentivized to Dragon Tail me, I can definitely, like, handle it with Masquerain alright. Keyword alright, though, because I need to get rid of the rocks before that. And the only way for me to get rid of the rocks is through Torkoal. Am I sure that I get rid of, like, that I bait Arrow? I could be baiting Komodo, right? Yeah, I either bait Wobbuffet, as a matter of fact. If it's, no, I would always bait Komodo first, and if it's not Komodo, it would be Aerodactyl instead. For the very simple reason that either Aerodactyl sees a kill, and if it doesn't, then Komodo does. And if he's at 100%, yeah, well. Yeah, oh. Or Berserker. Yeah, I don't have enough slots for everything I need to counter, so I need to do some roll compression. Krook needs to lead. 1v1's to Crustle. And like, generally speaking, should bait in the Arrow, but there's a chance for it to bait in the Komodo. I cannot deny him anything on that front. Could a Rock Slide turn 1 or like a Break It Sash turn 1 play be better? Only when it sees a fast kill. And if it does, that means I need to lead with Caracosta at specifically... How much HP does that need to be? No, I cannot afford that. So it has to be like either Crook or... Actually, no, wait a second. It's just... It's using a Moongus instead. Probably. Because if I use a Moongus, I could just Toxic and stall. Maybe. Hopefully. But then he gets to set up its full hazards. And I cannot switch to Torkoal to rid them. Not easily. Not knowing he can Stone Edge once I switch in, which really just kind of puts a damper on things. I wish I had Taunt. I guess. Or something else to just kind of handle it better. I'm trying to see if there is something. If I have anything else at all that can just kind of do it instead, that would be better. Like, I guess Raichu Fake Out or something just kind of does stuff, but Raichu doesn't really help afterwards. Not a lot, at least. It cannot help with Aerodactyl. It can not really do much against Komodo. It's like Death Fodder for Zarude. It kind of... Okay, no, it does kind of help for Camerupt, potentially, but in practice, not really. Like, surprisingly, Camerupt is not that scary. It just needs to come in on the right move. And the second I cannot guarantee the right move, I might be more troublesome, but I think in general, Gyarados kind of just 1v1s that. And if it's not Gyarados, then Kingdra. And if it's not Kingdra, then Dreadnought. I guess theoretically Berserker Elite could do something, but in practice, just no. Because the red card is a random, so I cannot really guarantee anything. Yeah, no, I'm beating around the bush there. It's just Crook. It's just Crook. It's not Costa. Like, Costa could do some things, but in practice, no, it's not Costa. Like, if only I'd kept, like, it's got Power Gem, right? That would have dealt more. Oh, well. It's Costa that handles Crustle. No, it's, what am I saying? It's Crook that handles Crustle. Walls it. Can take, like, a few moves. Like, knock off into Rock Slide kills. And thanks to flinches, it could be possible that he only has one layer of hazards. Or maybe even 0 if he EQs turn 1. Which, incredibly unlikely, but possible. And let's just hope it spikes, I guess. Anyway, from there, I would see either Komodo or Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl Aquatails, which Berserker cannot, like, yeah, no, can take. And if it's a crit, that's fine too. If it's not crit into crit, is that fine? 12.5, 26.1. So 38.6. Yeah, no, that, like, if it's a max roll Aquatail with this rocks up 47, and might as well just get the calculator out. Where'd he go? There we are. So 12.5, 149 divided by, what's that? 8? 8. So 18 plus 47, 65 plus 70. Yeah, no shot. No shot. It needs to be double crit specifically, so just giving Berserker and Orin. Is it Orin even? It's Orin even. Means he always survives a 1v1. It would bait in Komodo, clicking random move between Body Press and Dragon Tail. Most likely. If it's like to average rolls of Aquatail, it's like 42. So he'd be at 47 HP. Okay, no, in like 57 HP. Like, unless there's like some crits involved, Komodo wouldn't Dragon Tail. Even then, I don't think he would because of the negative priority. I think. No, he could Dragon Tail still. I guess in that scenario, I sack Berserker for momentum. But that should generally not happen. So Berserker always is the 1v1 target there. I would see Body Press, and I think Orbeetle can handle that. Could even set up a Reflect if I want to. I say Orbeetle, but I think it should be Masquerain because I don't have the luxury. Problem is, Masquerain cannot switch in all too well because of the rocks, potentially, right? That's the main issue. Same for Talonflame, really. Actually, no, Talonflame might be ever so slightly better. Despite, like, taking more from the body press. No, because I roost and then the body press deals, like, double damage and I cannot handle it anymore. Never mind, that's not an option then. Gyarados might be a third worth looking into, but no. I say no, but that's not necessarily true. It can take the body press alright. But he threatens no damage, is the thing. And, like, it still baits body press, so it's not, like, doing anything. I guess a Moon can switch in alright, too. Toxic it and, like, start stalling. But with Iron defenses up, that starts to become scary real fast. And I don't have Clear Smog or something, so... So it's not quite the option I'd be looking for, but Amoonguss is an option. He could even, like, put it to sleep or something. Thanks to Effect Spore. Paralyze it. If he paralyzes it, though, that'd be trouble. Because then, like, my whole idea goes out the window. I would outspeed it, though. With Sleep, I can even, like, go to Torkoal and, like, spin. I guess. I don't know. I'd need a Leppa on you, probably. I think Amoonguss is my Komodo 1v1. Issue is mostly, like, the fact that it can click Dragon Tail at that point. And that could, like, cause some switches that I really don't want to see. Not to mention, there's a chance of spikes, right? It could have 2 layers of spikes set up. Wait, no, if there's 1 layer of spikes, it's still possible for it to click it. Because 2 layers of spikes is 18%? Okay, so I need Berserk to hold the Citrus. In any case. It has Unnerve. Oh, right. So it has to be Dread. Because he takes 70. Yeah, no, it has to be Dread. Dread baits in Komodo, who sees a fast kill. Always. Dread is a guaranteed bring. A Moon is a guaranteed bring. Slight 1v1s. Crustle. In comes Arrow if damaged. Komodo if not. Arrow. So I might as well just kind of start writing out the tree again. So if Arrow comes in, Dread 1v1s with Muscle Band. Dread Okos with Muscle Band. I might as well, like, okay, I'm writing down the plan, might as well bring you in up to speed for that. Okay. I don't need these. HP I definitely do need. Yeah, whatever, okay. So knock, slide, 1v1's Crustle. Yeah, no, incomes. Okay, with Muscle Band. With the Muscle Band equipped. Oh, Liquidation is not quite a kill. Okay. Heartstone? No. Oh, that is an issue. Because I don't have a Mystic Water yet. Rock Gem? Rock Gem, Rock Slide would kill. But I'd need the Rock Gem. Muscle Band is not enough. And I cannot afford to take a risk. I guess the alternative of just using Berserker anyway and hoping I don't have rocks and spikes or 2 layers of spikes. Yeah, but you kind of have to assume you do, right? And spikes, like 1 layer of spikes was 12.5 already, right? 1/8. Yeah, 1/8, 1/6, 1/4. Okay. But then either and Berserk cannot hold the citrus. This is okay, this doesn't quite work out as good as I hope it would. I guess I could pivot through a Mungus to have Dread come in on a dual Wing Beat instead, which deals just that little bit less to guarantee that I don't die to Stone Edge plus Aqua Tail, which is a range, but a not favorable one. Assuming, like, specifically rocks and spikes. Which is, like, the most annoying combo of things to happen. But generally, the one that's most likely. Comes in. Arrow comes in. Pivot. A moon. Pivot dread. Need Amazon. I did a moon. Pivot a moon. Pivot dread. Goes with rock gem. I don't think I have a better option. I guess I could do the same with... I can do the exact same thing, but with Berserker instead. Because Berserker takes less from rocks plus spikes. It would take 3/16, which is like 18-ish%, 18.75%, 19-ish%. But then doing beat plus Aquatail crits would not KO me. Right? Doing beat Aquatail, dual combined 78, 79, yeah, it wouldn't kill me. So that's the way to handle it instead. I go to a moon, take the Aquatail, maybe affect Score Paralysis. That would be fun. That would, like, trivialize this a lot. Pivot a moon, pivot per. Oko's with Iron Head. Like, it's just a guaranteed Oko, I don't need to worry. Yeah. In comes Komodo. And now we're gonna look at what happens in 1-2. Because then the Komodo comes in, clicks body press. I would say let's go to Mask, but Mask, by virtue of it by virtue of the fact that I am probably seeing rocks, that's not quite a good enough option. Even with the Intimidate and, like, the fact I could give it a Citrus perfectly fine, it's still too scary. And yes, I suppose it could Iron Defense. What's the Iron Defense? It's considered defensive setup, though. But what about with body press? Is it then suddenly offensive setup, basically? It doesn't quite matter. Because if AI is slower and 2-hit KO'd, it would click Iron Defense. And if he was already hit by 1 Air Slash, he'd be at like 50. Yeah, if player Monk can KO AI, they would never click it. Yeah, right. Okay, so good to know. Like, Masquerade, in theory, has a chance to 1v1, but chance is, like, the key word there. Especially considering the fact that he could Dragon Tail me, which could spell a whole lot of trouble. I think Amoonguss is kind of a linchpin here. I'm really hazard weak. And like my only recourse against it would be Torkoal. But Torkoal has no safe point of entry aside from maybe Zarude. And like, it may be a safe point of entry, but that doesn't mean it's safe to fight it. Like, it's safe to get rid of the rocks for it. Interesting. I could consider Breloom over Amoonguss, I guess, due to the poison heal. But I probably need Amoonguss later. And by probably, I mean definitely. Because Breloom cannot 1v1 the Wobbuffet. Whereas Amoonguss can. I guess Breloom, like, the main advantage of Breloom would be the fact that it can, it's less vulnerable to the hazards. Especially thanks to the healing it has. And like, maybe with like the right moments to Mach Punch, I could theoretically handle the Wobbuffet, but in practice, no. It would mean Kamo always clicks Poison Jab, which, okay, whatever. I don't think that helps me much. Breloom is surprisingly good into Zarude. Especially if you can bring it down to -1. I guess Breloom does Amoonguss' job mostly better. The sole exception being the Wobbuffet. I guess. Because with some pivots, I can definitely handle the Poison Jab alright. I just desperately need to find a way to get both Torkoal on the team and on the field. Because right now, I don't really have a good way around... Okay, no, I do have a good way around Zarude, probably through Breloom. Barring, like, critting. But Break into Mach Punch probably kills. And if he's at -1, I can definitely 1v1 it alright, as long as I don't get crit. And it doesn't, like, if I bring Breloom can help with Aerodactyl for baiting purposes. And it takes the Aqua Tail, like, without any issue. And heals naturally, which is kind of the main reason why. I'm hopping, like, all over the place, I'm noticing. So, like, right now, if it's these 5 and then Gara, I guess? My way of combating the Komodo is purely Masquerain Air Slash, which is risky. My way of handling the Wob is non-existent. Stalling with Scary Face, I guess, with Masquerain. Oh, wait, it's... whatever. Whoa-oh. That is a connection break. I think that was server side, not my side. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, I had like a potential team of 6, but I don't know how well this functions yet. That was where I was. I know Gyarados easily handles camera outs. It just needs to not come in on Rock Slide. Generally speaking, that should be something I can guarantee. In the same vein, it kind of helps with Komodo, but in practice, not really well. There's also the matter of the Rock Slide. Or the rocks. That's really all it is. I need some way to handle those rocks. I guess Crook is not necessary if I can make sure that the move baited is Earthquake. Because I can then... No, because if it's Berserker that comes in, I'm in trouble. And I cannot have it be Stone Edge, because then Masquerain just dies to that. I'm getting called. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. That's sometimes the issues of being in a relationship, I guess. Anyhow, I'm having some trouble with this fight. Like, I think my best bet would be something with these fine. Like, there's maybe an argument to be had that I can handle the Crustle some other way. Don't the Avalugs and... Don't the Avalug... Words. Doesn't the Avalug line also get Rapid Spin? It used to. I'm not sure how it works in Run and Bun, but... Rapid Spin. No, I didn't... Oh, Rapid Spin. That explains it. Rapid Spin. It does, but it's a move reminder move right now. Nothing else I have could get it. Yeah, Torkoal has it, but... I really don't want to waste like a hard skill on Rapid Spin of all things. That sounds like very redundant. Not to mention, Avalug Hisui is not a good mon to have 1v1 Crustle. I don't even know what the Rapid Spin red card interaction should be. I don't remember what the... What the Rapid Spin red card interaction is. I believe they do, but I'm not sure. Rapid Spin. It's before Life Orb and Shell Bell activate. I don't know if they get removed. I don't know if it matters even, to be fair. I think it doesn't even matter. Because I am pretty sure that no matter what happens, it wouldn't change my team composition. There's an argument to be had to lead Torkoal if Rapid Spin removes the hazards. to like get rid of the first layer and break the sturdy, but you'd need to bring in something that can handle it from there. And you're not guaranteed that due to like the nature of recored. I don't think it matters, is what I'm trying to say. I think it kind of has to be these 6, but I don't have a way around. Like I'd have trouble with Komodo due to the rocks, and I'd have trouble with Wobbuffet because I don't have anything to hit it like in specific ways. Not to mention I'd need to find where to put the shed shell. Or even who to bring in. Because I think the answer to that is none of the above. The closest to him maybe would be Torkoal, I guess. Either that or Loom. Like, these 6 feel finicky all around, and I feel like Torkoal's not doing much. The only thing Torkoal really does is spin, which, granted, is probably an important thing to be doing. But still, not to mention, the Masquerain needs to both handle Komodo and Zarude while their rocks are being up. So I don't even know how useful it could be to begin with. And I'm guaranteed to see 1 layer of hazards. I'm not guaranteed 2, especially if like the rocks are up. That's like, yeah, 70-ish, so probably like 60-ish%. With crits involved and everything. And if it's spikes that are up, it's slightly higher. Okay, well, yeah. And just using Costa instead, like, it doesn't resolve anything. I'd knock, I'd slide, and I'd Aqua Jet, but it wouldn't change the outcome. If anything, it makes it more likely that I see more hazards. So is there a team I can bring that just doesn't care for them? I guess. I think that would be the alternative. And I think the answer to that is no, for the very simple reason that I need Masquerain. But if I don't need Masquerain for Komodo specifically, maybe that changes things. But I'd have to be baiting like poison jabs and shit. I guess I could bring Amoonguss and Breloom at that point then. I cannot guarantee Iron Defense either. Okay. I think the long and short of this is I don't think I will be able to complete this fight by the end of the stream. The more I look at it, like, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting, like, a lot of things that I just don't know how to resolve. Yeah, because I have currently I have like 7 or 8 mons that I really need in like Torkoal, Crook. Like I very specifically need Crook. I very specifically need either Salazzle. Wait, do I still have a hard skill? Do I still have a hard skill? Because if I can get... I don't at the moment. Can I get one? Did I miss one? I did. Let's go ahead and grab that one. We're gonna go down to Full Arbor, then Route 114, then we jump the ledge to go to Route 115, or Meteor Falls, and then Route 115. And down we go. A sec while I put up my... There we go. Hi there, I am. It's a solo game, run and bun, so you kind of have to. Where was it? South of the corner of the beach. To the Meteor Falls exit. Right, southwest. There we go, heart scale. A big deal, because that might give me an out. Because I just remembered that there is a move I could be using in this fight. I don't know much about the games. Well, Run and Bun is often considered one of the hardest Pokemon games to Nuzlocke. And being the masochist that I am, I guess, I figured might as well give it a shot. So yeah, here we are. Yeah, it's like generally considered one of the hardest games in general. Or like one of the hardest Pokemon games, I should say. I'll actually camp over here for now. Where am I from? I'm from the Netherlands, so I've been streaming from from there. Yeah, not much more to say to that. Here we go. That's some soothing music. Let's get back to Kalken. Because from the looks of it, there's one move maybe that I can consider, and that is Salazzle's Encore. The problem is, it's not going to be used for Crustle specifically. It could be really good for Wobbuffet, like, if I can like, it's not really relevant for it, to be fair, because I can just get rid of Venom Shock, and Toxic just kind of handles Wobbuffet to begin with. If I somehow, no, for Camera Up doesn't matter, for Zarude I'm too slow, for Komodo, it's not nearly as useful as I thought it would be. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna go ahead and take a look at that any further than I need to. There is maybe, like, the idea of using Yawn on Mighty Yenna or something, but that's another slot of that I just, how in the hell am I gonna make that work, right? The prep work here is just kind of nightmarish, because you just don't, I don't see a solution here. Not one without, like, a bunch of sacrifices and a bunch of risks. I'll probably forward this to, like, some friends of mine in, like, the Discord, see if they can help out a bit. See if they have any idea whatsoever, but the only thing I could consider, would they help though? The only thing I could consider maybe is the encounter on, like, Mount Chimney itself. If that were to give me, I don't even know what would help me. Conkeldurr? Not really. Lucario maybe. Barely though. Yeah, no, they wouldn't. Is there a way for me for another knockoff, maybe? I'm trying to think of it. I don't think there is. Oops. I want to close that down. Conkeldurr gets it. Okay, interesting. I don't know how good Conkeldurr would be there, but it's an option. With the Guts boost and everything, it's definitely, like, it definitely has potential. It gets Stone Edge even. No, it doesn't. That's 55, and I'm currently at 54 for the level cap, so no, it doesn't. I'd have Rock Slide, Hammer Arm, Payback. No, I wouldn't even have Payback. No, I would. And I'd have access to knockoff if I want to. But in general, that just sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, no, so, like, the encounter won't help me. I just have to raw dog it with the team I have. Who else is, like, vying for a spot? Kind of Talonflame, but not really. Against Arrow, kind of Dreadnought. kind of anthy, but not really too. Like, King Drago can help with Camerats rather than that. Rather than Gyarados, but like that is more specific on the switch in. Kind of more specific on the switch in. My own Camerats, no, not at all. Octillery kind of does the same thing, but comes in a lot less safely. Though I guess it's a less important mon comparatively. Torterra with Soft Sand kind of does the same thing. Yeah, but no, Torterra is too frail for everything else. Yeah, no, there's no way that Torterra is more useful. The wise glasses? Nope, that's not enough. Okay, well, not that it matters. Berserker's a better mon there for that anyway. I think in practice, I think these 9 are vying for spots. These 10. I mean, I don't see anyone else. No, that's not true. I'll see Orbital maybe. The problem is really just like, it's just a Crustle, right? If the Crustle was something I could handle better, I'd probably manage. Yeah, I'd probably just kind of manage. Because I could just use like a mon that Okos it, or something like that. But I don't have that. I don't have access to that. The closest to him, maybe I have to just Raichu Fake Out to break the sash, get rid of the red card, but the switch in for that would be so random and so volatile that I cannot afford that. The closest to a maybe follow-up would be Dreadnought, but no. Okay, it's maybe a follow-up, but it's barely one. And it would need to specifically be Dreadnought that comes in from the red card. Yeah, okay. Trying to see if there's anything, if I'm missing something. The answer's probably just not, right? It's not gonna be you. Dreadnought, I guess, could work into Camerupt if he comes in on Flamethrower Rock Slide, provided he hasn't been pre-damaged a bit, which I cannot guarantee. In the same vein, I don't know how I could guarantee not Flamethrower. Like, exclusively Earth Power. Yeah, no, I don't see it. Like, I think my best team would be, like, these 6. I think these 6 are, like, the main 6. With a moon potentially being replaced by Loom. But I need to find a way to get Torkoal in quickly, and I don't think I can do that. I don't see a way I could do that. I see a way to maybe do it early, like against the arrow. But that feels extremely finicky and losing a lot of HP for it. In fairness, I only really need Gara to, like, take one flamethrower. So if that is above 99 HP after, that would be fine. And with Aquatil specifically, that's generally gonna happen. So if I can use Gara to get rid of the rocks against Arrow and or Komodo. Against Komodo, that's not an option. I say that. Is that true? Not necessarily. I have to citrus up Torkoal. But it is possible. I guess. it looks possible. If I can get... Yeah, it looks possible in a very specific line of pivot, like that. First off, arrow comes in after Crook. After Crook takes the knockout, which I cannot guarantee. It's very well possible that it is Komodo. As a matter of fact, if it's this, no longer the first turn, EQ 70%, 48, so 50, so I'd be at 133. That is not a kill for Aquatail. You know, so it's very likely that Komodo just comes in, right? I'd have to lower him to 168, I guess. And in doing so, like the -1 earthquake at 40 would bring me down to 128. So it would mean that I'm guaranteed in Aquatail range or guaranteed in body press range. So that does kind of work. Keyword being kind of. It guarantees body press, for which I don't quite have a switch in. Closest would be Amoonguss then, if I go by those, like if I use those. If I use those 6. But it would be free setup fodder. Not to mention Dragon Tail fodder, which is definitely not what you want. In the same, like, and Loom cannot come in because a crit body press deals too much. I guess Gyarados can come in, but that would be Dragon Tail. It wouldn't necessarily. Not to, but the body press deals too much, so I cannot afford that. Okay, third option. Could I pre-damage Crook to 128? Because that guarantees that the arrow comes in. I would hope that I'd have to not see 2 earthquakes, with one of them being a crit. He would deal 106 and 48. So that's too much. Yeah, that's easily too much. I could Citrus Crook to, like, for safety purposes. But that could mean I heal out of range, right? Because I take 22, so I'd be at 49%. I'd be at 74%, so I'd be above 128. Yeah, so that's not quite the option I would want either. But it is probably the safest option I would have. Because I don't want to lose Crook. Not to mention, actually no, that would require me to take a Stone Edge, right? Because I had that in mind. To get the double Intimidate off. And I'd have to be able to take a crit Stone Edge after after spikes and rocks, which I'd have to take 79, and what's that? 1/8. I'd have to be above 123, so basically I'd need to just not get hit, which is not something I can guarantee. And then just putting me in range of, like, getting hit once? Is that the alternative? I can stall a bit if I use knockoff more, right? So long as I don't crit on the second rock slide, I could stall a tiny bit. But that means there's more spikes and meaning more damage on Torkoal, who at -2 cannot take 50% on switch in unless I citrus it too, which at that point I'm using a lot of resources, but you kind of have to, right? I can guarantee I'm at 75%, I guess. If I... No, I cannot. But I can guarantee it after the hit. If I come in on dual wing beat specifically. But that means a lot of hazard damage is being taken. Yeah, no, so I cannot afford to do that. I have to risk that, basically. I have to risk getting, or like not getting earthquaked. I think the safest way to do it is to risk the Stone Edge crit on Arrow. Because he would be at -2. I would always click Stone Edge. I cannot afford to have Komodo be the mon that comes in, because I need Masquerain at high HP for that. Okay, I think I have my answer. I think it's these. I'm not sure between these two, but it has to be these 5. And I'd need to pre-damage Krook, have a Citrus on Krook and Torkoal, have a Rost on Gyarados, and from there I need to Luke. But I think that's probably the safest I can make it. Like, lead with Krook, knock off Rock Slide. Rock Slide, have him be at 71. Nef TV, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I'm gonna assume you're also playing Run and Bun, else you wouldn't be raiding me, I guess. But I hope you had fun. I hope your run went well, or good truck session. Okay. Well, that is a bit unfortunate, I suppose. I'm currently working on Maxi 1. So that's been going about as well as you expected. So for people new here, I'm Accurator. I also run and bun sometimes. I've been doing that for about 1.5 months now, give or take. And this is my first attempt. And I'm playing as slow as shit because I am not that good. So right now that just means prepping Maxi 1. I've got like a very vague idea, but I need to like iron it out. And like, because the main crux of this fight is need to get some sleep. All right, well, have a good night. And good luck with the next one. Alright, well. Anyway, I was busy working on Maxi 1. And the main crux of this is how in the hell do you get the hazards gone? Because without the hazards, this becomes doable. With the hazards, this is a nightmare. This is my box down here. I should probably set up like a command to show off my team, but I'm not like proficient enough in Twitch stuff yet to do that. My current concept comprises of these 5 and maybe one of these 2. Like either of these 2. Breloom or Amoongus specifically. Because the red card on Crustle means you kind of need to use a knockoff Mon. And my only good knockoff Mon for Crustle is Crocodile, who can 3 hit KO the Crustle. That means Crustle has 2 attempts to set up hazards. Rocks, spikes, or earthquake. And it can also earthquake. It could be 1 rock, 1 spike. It could be 2 spikes. It could be one of those and like stealth rock and like 1 earthquake. And it could be like only a rock, only a spike, and nothing else. Or it could even just be an earthquake with like an incredible amount of luck. From there, like, and how to navigate beyond that, that's kind of what I'm working on. My current idea is to bring Crocodile into range for Aquatil of Aerodactyl to be a KO, to make sure that that comes in as opposed to the Komodo who would come in every time otherwise. Because the Aerodactyl I can kind of neuter and then get my Torkoal in to Rapid Spin. That's kind of the idea. This deals a lot, but I can bring it down to like -2, and then all of a sudden this is manageable. Aquatil plus Stone Edge would be what you come in on, and I can handle that damage-wise. It means Torkoal's out for the rest of the fight, and that's annoying, but it means I have no rocks, no spikes, no nothing. And that is a massive deal. So, in the middle here, I've got like a Google Doc that I've been making like a bunch of plans. You can see them like all over here. Alright, so what to do now, that's kind of the next thing. Anyway. Let's walk my way through this. Let's walk through this. If I were to do it this way, with it pre-damage to 104, to guarantee Aquatil to KO me. Or 128, sorry, yeah, 128. That guarantees Aquatil KOs, and it risks that I get Earthquaked. Which is, on the first turn, like a 0.42%, and on the second turn, somewhere between a 20-ish% and a 30-ish%, but in practice it would be a 30-ish%. That is not important. So knock, slide 1v1's Crustle. In comes Arrow. The problem with this idea is that if I do get Earthquaked, and I get Earthquaked for less than 25%, I guess I could bring it down to where that is not an issue. That is an option. 1 second. I should have a calculator somewhere, and then, because 181 divided by 4, no, not divided by 181, divided by... My numlock is off, no wonder. 45. So 5 below, so if I'm at 123, I guess? If I pre-damage myself to 123, then the Earthquake would always bring me below, like, bring me to where the Citrus Berry would not heal me outside of it. Pre-damage 123. Citrus, pre-damage 123. Because then the one Earthquake, unless it crits me, which, well, crap. It wouldn't kill me, but, like, it would cause a huge wrench. But it's something I cannot really avoid, I think. But then, like, the idea of knockoff Rock Slide would be fine. It would always bait in the arrow, clicking Aqua Tail. Unless I get crit, though. Because then he can click dual Wing Beat. And that's an issue. If I get crit, I would take... like 90 to 106, so 30, and I'd be at 75-ish. Yeah, I'd be in dual Wing Beat range as well. And Gyarados, I don't want to have him take a dual Wing Beat, basically. Though, I might have a way to guarantee... because the reason I don't want him to is Gyarados is also my answer for Camerupt. And I'd have to have him come in on either Flamethrower or Earth Power. I can probably guarantee it's one of those two, if I do it right. Alternatively, I could do a Sack, I guess. Sack Berserker, maybe. Guess that could work. Yeah, but that's later. That's for later. In any case, I would have him... I would get Aerodactyl to -2, then Torkoal can come in. I think that's my package that I just heard. Whatever. Not my... Are we doing running and bunning? Yep, we're running and bunning. We're prepping for Maxi 1. And prepping for Maxi 1 is just kind of hard because of the hazards. Aha package with scripts to beat Maxi 1. I'm not sure what you mean with aha package. Alright. Okay, sure. I'm not sure what you mean, but good, I guess. I'm just gonna start writing shit down. Nocturnized record. It's the package. The package. I kind of figured you were. I just didn't get the joke, I guess. Anyway, it's rough. Not gonna sugarcoat it. It's looking rough because of, like, there's a bunch of crits and risks I need to take, and I'm not quite sure how to handle them yet. The main issue is, like, the volatility of the Crustle. The hazards are the main issue. And, like, getting the spinner in, because I only have Torkoal as a spinner. I don't have any other spinner, and the only way for Torkoal to spin safely would be against Arrow at -2. Either that or Zarude, but getting to Beirut is way down, like way later in the battle. So nothing like substantial yet. Any defog mons? I don't have any. At least not yet. I'm trying to see if I'm missing anything like one of my mons that could have it. Is the TM already available? I don't think it is, right? Oh no, I do have the defog TM. Huh, I didn't even consider that. Because I do have, like, both Fletchinder and who else would be an option for me? Let's look down the line. The Torchic line gets defog? Cute. Huh. It would be Talonflame. No. I don't mind it much. Like, I'm very much a novice with this, so I don't mind people giving me ideas. So don't be 3 deaths on attempt 6. Yeah. No, I'm definitely content with how this run has been going so far. I've done a lot of, like, good lines. I think my box is still a little meager for specifically this point in the game. But I think if I can get past Flannery, I'm extremely good. My 3 losses so far were, let's make sure that I say correctly. It was Mienshao, it was Rhydon, and it was Hariyama. Specifically, the Hariyama and the Rhydon kind of hurts. The Mienshao was like brave. It was regenerated, but it was brave and low speed IVs, so it was not that good anyway. So I don't really mind it that much. Yeah, no, all things considered, I'm pretty content. Oh, I think I have an idea. One of the things I've neglected to do, or better put, I've opted not to do yet, is get my encounter here. I'm in Full Arbor right now just because I wanted music, but at Mount Chimney. And Altaria specifically can get defog. So I'm gonna try and I'm just gonna get that encounter. I was waiting with it maybe to dupe out Drudigon or Turtonator, because neither of those is particularly good. But considering the fact that they're, like, rare on that spot, I'm fine trying to get, like, Altaria, and if we don't, well, whatever. Maybe they get something useful anyway. They bring something useful anyway. I could see Lucario being useful, for example. I could even see the Lycanroc line being useful. I know that Conkeldurr gets knockoff via Heart Scale, so that's also potentially an option for the Crustle. So all things considered, what's starter? It is Torterra. I am a Torterra runner, mostly. I've not been fond of Infernape specifically. I have been fond of Piplup, but this, like, I wanted to give everyone a proper attempt. I've given Piplup one, I've not given Infernape as good one as this one, of course. But like Turtwig, this was my main Turtwig try, basically. So I wanted to, like, so far it's been going the best. So yeah. Alright. Wait, I forgot to bring something. Let me do that real quick, because I have, if you haven't seen my box set, I also have an Orbeetle. Infernape is the king of mid-game with a very easy Cycling Road rival. I believe that. Yeah, the Cycling Road rival was definitely not an easy fight. Though, surprisingly, that one was deathless. I have an Orbeetle with Compound Eyes, yes. And that's why I'm running back. Because I believe... I should just check if there's actually any items that are relevant, but... Mount Chimney. Lucario gets nothing. Lycanroc gets nothing. None of them do. Hariyama's dupe, so it doesn't matter. Conkeldurr doesn't get an item. Altaria gets no item. Oof. That sounds... Oh, the Magnezone boom. Yup, that sucks. I actually, like, Torterra kind of makes it extremely safe. Especially with Intimidate support. I had Intimidate support in... I still do in Masquerain. So... Cassion, if fine, I'm a... Druddigon. Oh, Druddigon has a Dragon Fang, so there is a small reason. Charcoal has something. And Jangmo has a Razor Claw. But Victini, like, almost didn't use it. Oh, yeah, the casino! I completely forgot about the casino. I still have my casino encounter, too. It feels bad to pull the panic button here, but what would I get from that? I don't even know if it's something I would use. Not gonna lie. Because it's like, I believe it's the Pinsir or Heracross now, right? Don't recommend delaying for Mythical. I believe that, no, I would delay for the Pseudo, I think. For the Dino or the Dreepy. Nothing would help my hazard situation. No, exactly. There's, like, either I could get Sock and Throw if I recall correctly, or Pinsir Heracross, or I have to list, what am I doing? Why am I doing this off the top of my head? There's no need. Game Corner, there. Smoochum, Elekid or Magby? No. Taurus or Miltank? No. Throw or Sock? No. Pinsir Heracross? No. Okay, yep, nope. Quick look, and we're moving on. But... Where's my... There it is. Anyway, I was gonna grab my Compound Eyes. And like my Capturemon. Oops. This is not an encounter. I already have mine here. Surprised that took that long. Oh well. And we're here. Let's get into the PC. And who was it again that I want? It is, where's he? Orbital Berg. And I'll bring like Misty and Mela. It's like rock types. I need a good rock type counter. Mostly Ramos would be. Hamilton I don't need. Good fighting counter still that I have in Berg. I'll bring Faulkner too, I guess. No, I have a flying type. I lost my last encounter because I didn't bring the right team. It was a Yanmega. So, okay, technically I have 4-ish deaths because I just failed the Route 114 encounter. Let's just see go to Kamo, right? I hope so. I definitely hope so. I'll bring Costa, I guess. And here we go. Is there a name theme? There is. It is gym leaders and shit. Like gym leaders and equivalents. I had a better naming scheme in an earlier encounter, or like an earlier run. But I wasn't, like, I didn't know anything better, so here we are. Is there one for Gary already? There isn't, actually. Partially because Gary is not, like, a name for gym leader. I consider Blue I do. But Blue, for one, I completely forgot about Blue, not gonna lie. Mostly because Blue is not, like, type specific. And I tried to make everything, like, type specific. It's not, it's not that I forgot about Gary. Like, I know Gary's, like, a character. It's more so that I forgot, like, Blue as a gym leader specifically. I think that's everyone then that I want to bring. Nana, as I'll quickly get rid of its item just in case, because I've burned myself on that once before. And let's just see Komodo. I take Lucario too. Lycanroc. Whole lot of nothing. Okay, that's not entirely fair, but this is Lycanroc Dusk, right? Yeah, it's Dusk. That is the better one. It has Accelerock already. Ooh. I think this, I agree. I believe this is the strongest of the three. It has Tough Claws, Accelerock, so in that sense, I definitely believe it is. Moveset-wise, I think Ramos just kind of walls it. So I'll go to Ramos real quick. Sucker Punch, yeah. And we're just gonna try and catch it, I guess. Where are my Pokeballs? There they are. Ultra Ball, let's go. Just get it. Just make it easy. 90 catch rate, that should be doable, right? So close. Accelerock. I will say, once he's out of Rock Slides and Thrash, if he starts to click Thrash, I can do some switches and like get some damage on it. 2 Sucker Punches. Just get in. Just get in. Just speed it up and it should be fine. Alright, Lycanroc, what's gonna be your name? It's a male Lycanroc, so who do I have? Who do I not have yet? I believe I just don't have Brock, but I'd prefer a later gym leader then because of the specific gen that this is from. I'm gonna call you Gordy. I think Gordy should be fine. Trying to see if I'm missing anything. Like Gen 7, if there's any like Kahuna or something that's rock type that I forgot about. None that I remember. Nah, Gordy should be fine. Alright, get the repellent back on and let's take a look. I hope we have a good one. I'm not sure how useful it will be here, but I hope it's a good one nevertheless. In the meantime, I will also tick off Lycanroc. And back we go. On the bike, and to the PC. Get in. Don't be such a stupid bitch. Alright. And there we go, that's better. And here's the PC. Let's go take a look. Just be like Adamant and Perfect Attack IVs or something. Just give me something nice. Where are you? There you are, Gordy. Serious nature, that is fine. It's not great, not bad. IV-wise, ooh, that speed is unfortunate, but that attack is pretty. Let's add it to the box on the script. Moveset-wise is also, like, kind of useful, right? Camera up, Masquerade, Berserker, Arcanine, Sui, blah, blah, blah. Where are you? There you are. Lycanroc Dusk. Not a Rock Slider user for Flan? I mean, Hamilton. Like a Perfect Attack IV Hamilton. I don't really need Lycanroc. to be the rock slider in question. Hamilton probably trivializes Flannery specifically. This is an incredible Hammy. Like, it's so good. It's very pretty. It's very, very pretty. Okay, let's add Lichen Rock to the mix. Cheeky sack. Yeah. And like the priority of things is also not bad, right? I'll give it like high horsepower for now, I guess. And Sucker Punch I'll keep. Hello, Lichen Rock. It doesn't help for this fight though, but that's whatever. As you can see, the Rock Slide does not do enough, and if I were to change it to Stone Edge, it's not much better. I do have a Heartstone, of course, but it's not going to be the difference maker. Like, against Aerodactyl, it's not bad, I guess. Nah, it's fine. But it's not going to do anything here. The Lichen looks like a sack on Yanmega. I don't remember which Yanmega that would be, but I believe you. Trying to looking ahead a bit, which one that would be. It's probably like way later, right? Don't remember which one. Tabitha 2. Yeah, honestly, probably. It would do the trick. Might not even need to sack it, but we'll see. Wait, no, it's here. It's a Sash one, right? Or the Flying Gem one? No. Yeah, the Flying Gem one. Here. Yeah. Yeah, bring it in the right time. This should probably work. Oh, and this is in the Hell Room, right? Yeah, this is in Hell Room. Ah, yeah. That'd do the trick. I've not even thought about Hell Room, if I'm not gonna lie. But, I mean, do you blame me? This is my furthest run. Like, do you blame me? Anyway. Where's my thingy? There. I think then it's just the 6 I had in mind. Crook, Moon, or Loom, Berserker, Mask, Torkongera. I think those 6 should just kind of hopefully handle it, maybe with a sack. Preferably the sack be Amoongus or Berserker, I guess. Because I expect Torkoal to still be useful. I think Loom kind of will start to fall off. And I've got good grass types. I don't have good fighting types anymore though. So yeah. I don't need them as much probably, and I should be able to get more in a bit again. If I'm not mistaken. But whatever. Okay, let's just start writing shit down. Knock, slide, in comes Arrow. I can always guarantee Arrow. Clicks. Aqua Tail. Or do a Wing Beat if crit. Right, that's what we know. Because if I have him pre-damage to 123, Crustle will at -1, like Earthquake will put me below 50%, but also below the Aqua Tail damage of Aerodactyl being 128, meaning it will always come in. We want Aerodactyl to come in first because Aerodactyl is the easiest to, like, check. Because we do that by... You pivot Gara, who can, like, if it's only spikes, beautiful, whatever. If it's rocks and spikes, fine. Then we just kind of need to dodge. We need to dodge crits and stuff, but yeah. We intimidate once on Aquatail, which deals pitiful damage even on a crit. If it's dual wing beat, that's a bit more annoying, especially if that crits. But then we kind of have to sack. Takes Aquatail, good. Dual wing beat, bad. I pivot back to Crook on the guaranteed Stone Edge. Unless I am dual wing beat critted. If that happens, I'm in trouble. But one crit would not cause that. Only 2 crits. Because he'd see a kill with Stone Edge, and I'd be at like... Let's assume I'm at like 35% or so. Stone Edge would always see a kill, only once I'm like... If I get double crit dual wing beated, it would be 20, like... Words! Try again. I'd be at like 9-ish% at worst, and then Pursuit would see a kill. But only if I get double crit on dual wing beat. In every other scenario, that would not be the case. Because I take 51 on one hit, and then... well, no, I need to make sure that I say correctly. Like 60 and 27, so 87 from 75%. 180, that works, yeah, so 135, so I said 87, I said right, so it's 50, 48. Yeah, I'd not be in pursuit range and I'd not have to worry. So it'd have to be crit, it'd have to be triple crit on the first few turns. Or double earthquaked. But at that point, we can probably stare because we see no hazards. Because he has 2 turns, and that means he clicked Earthquake twice, and thus I don't need to worry about hazards to begin with. And then I can probably just stare, like, through an alternate line. Probably just go straight to Berserker instead. Pivot Crook. Pivot... Crook on Stone Edge. So then we pivot... So he'd be at -2. I'd have to take a Stone Edge crit, preferably no Stone Edge crit, really. I'd see Aquatail again, and that is where we go to Torkoal. Pivot Torque. Spin on Aquatail. I could theoretically let him come in on a dual wing beat instead through Breloom and or Amoonguss. I don't think that's necessary though, right? And that's like pointless hazard damage. I think it depends on the hazards. If it's like only rocks, I'll probably pivot through Breloom if I bring Breloom. And in every other scenario, I would not do that. I see spin. And then, because then I'd see Stone Edge again, probably. I'd be in pursuit range, maybe. Wouldn't I? Not if I give it a Citrus. Then I'd always be above 25%-ish. Not to mention I can protect a few times to, like, stall Stone Edge PP. Not that I think that will be too relevant, but... Spin. I would still see Stone Edges. I can go directly to, yeah, pivot. I can directly go to Berserker. Berserker, KO with Iron Head. I'd have used 4 Mons already, but I'll manage. pivot Berserker KO with Iron Head. In comes Komodo. I know that, like, all of this should work out. If I'm, like, Omega critted or whatever, I'm in trouble, but at that point, I can probably manage anyway. I think I know the alternative then. It is... because I knocked off already. And he'd have critted me with Earthquake. And I was at 71%, right? I said that. 128. So I'd take 106, so I'd be at 22. I heal 44, so I'd be at 66. It's still unlikely to EQ me, so I'd have to risk the crit. I'd have to risk double crit, basically. Else I'd lose Crook. But at that point, that's fine. As a matter of fact, I could even do like a pivot to Gara. Knock into Hydro Pump barely doesn't kill. Damn. 54 and 98. So, yeah, I'm one off. Literally one off. Yeah, whatever. That's like a risk I'm willing to take. Pivot Berserker KO with Iron Head. That was where I was. So far, like, nothing... Everything I do should be, like, either perfectly safe or risking stuff that wouldn't change the plan. Yeah, that's correct. So then the Komodo comes in. Will click Body Press on me. Is that true? Yes, because I will always be damaged. So Komodo comes in, clicks Body Press. Clicks BP. We can pivot to Masquerain on that BP, on that Body Press. And at this point, Dragon Tail is no longer scary because there's no hazards, right? So I can just kind of Air Slash twice for kill. And if I get Dragon Tailed, find a way to get it back in. Like, if it's Torkoal that's in, it's a random move, and I'll probably need to do, like, a pivot through... I want to say Gara, but probably a Mungus. I don't really want to... You don't really want to do that, though, right? I'd protect, see what happens, maybe. Something like that, I'm not sure yet. Let's try, way to bring it in after a detail if needed. I should generally not take too much damage. And like, in most scenarios, I should still see either him clicking Dragon Tail again, or... Dragon Tail and then it's like -2. No, I like in most scenarios I should always see Body Press. The only exception would be Torkoal, but that should be fine. Crystal's hardest part from most boxes. Yeah, I feel that. From there, it's a Zarude. I'd Intimate once, and then like Amoonguss 1v1s most likely. Crits notwithstanding. It's a little tricky. I wouldn't have Torkoal at my disposal. Loom probably does it better though then. So I think it's Loom that I switch in. Especially because Loom baits Komodo Poison Jab. No, it wouldn't. Just bait Body Press. Everything would bait body press, barring like Torkoal at really, really low HP. But Torkoal shouldn't be at low HP. And there's like a small chance for Gera to bait Dragon Tail, but no, he wouldn't, because if Gera comes in, he'd be at -2. Body press would always be the click, if not Iron Defense. Yeah, Mask Rain is always fine. It would always be Dragon Tail. Like, after the first Dragon Tail, I would only see Body Press. So I'm fine then. And I think it's Loom that I'm gonna bring, because Loom better handles the Zarude. The one issue with that is the Wobbuffet, because then I don't have any way to 1v1 the Wobbuffet. Because what would come in after? I've taken some damage, right? I've taken 2 body presses, most likely. So it should be Zarude seeing a fast kill. Yeah. Zarude comes in. Clicks Darkest Lariat. I bring in Breloom, Pivot Loom, Pivot Mask, maybe Pivot Crook if I have enough HP. Crook? Loom or Crook, depends on like if I have enough HP and like U-turn HP and all that jazz. Loom Crook. Pivot Mask, yeah, it's the one issue is like Amoonguss against Zarude. Or Amoonguss against like yeah, I think it's these 6. And I just need to find where to put my Shed Shell. I think the answer is Gera. But I can't do that because I need the Rossberry. Is Gera fully leveled? Because if I can just kind of give it a status move, that would be perfect. Right? To stall out the Wobbuffet, who would be coming in last. Because after Zarude is KO'd by that would be Breloom then. He'd be at like -2-ish. Yeah, and then Breloom just kind of handles it, barring too many crits. And I've got like healing to work with, and not to mention I could then maybe even use Torkoal as a backup. Berserker even as a backup, Gera as like the finisher. Mask Rain is the finisher. Like, there's a bunch of ways I can probably make that work. Gera is gonna be like that would bait in Camerupt, who sees a slow kill, but probably a slow kill with Flamethrower or Earth Power, which is good, because then that means it's safe to switch in Gyarados, Waterfall. There's a chance that I was gonna say there's a chance for it to sub, but it's not true. So I'd bring in Gyarados, Waterfall it, and then that finally leaves the Wobbuffet. So I'm just gonna see if my Gyarados could get a non-damaging move somehow. None that I see. Swagger maybe. Swagger definitely, actually. Because I have that TM and I'm not going to use it much, if ever. And Swagger definitely works here. Because then Gyarados just kind of stalls it with Swagger. And he can, like, cause self-hits and all that, and it should be fine. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. I get rid of Ice Fang, I think, and that should be fine. Loom with a mask, while safe, Loom 1v1s, barring too many crits. In comes Camerupt, clicks EP or Flamethrower, and pivots Gara, Oko with Waterfall, Whoop comes in, Swagger, while possible. It's like 20 PP, so like I just swagger it for a while, and if he's low enough, if below 40%, crunch. I think this works. I hope this works. I think I'm ready. I hope I'm ready. I hope I didn't miss anything. I just need to, like, look at items, right? It's gonna be 1, 2, 3. No, who you? 4, 5. Who am I missing? Crook. Okay. I think that's everyone. I will actually quickly move you down here, because you're under-leveled. Same goes with Lana, same goes with, I believe, you, Lisa. Yep. And that's everyone, right? Gary, thanks for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Quickly grab your item, and let's equip the items. You have a citrus berry that I can just kind of keep on you. Or do I need to give him Sharp Beak because of the range on... Actually, no, I might want to give it the Sharp Beak. I'll need to check the damage range for that in a bit. Anyway, for now, I need a citrus on Crook. I need a citrus on Misty. Oh, no. I didn't need one on you. I need one on Milla. I don't need one on you. I need instead the Raspberry. Poppy is gonna get... Poppy doesn't need an item. Brassia's I'll give a citrus as well as insurance. I'm just handing these out like candy, but I don't see a better way. And Poppy just kind of doesn't need anything, I think. Yeah, just kind of doesn't need anything. So I'm not gonna do that. There was the option of defog, but the only defogger I have would be Talonflame, and that is not gonna help me. Let's see that W. We are gonna go ahead and use the Swagger TM. One of the only status moves that Misty can learn. Misty is going to be used for the 1v1 against Wobbuffet, and for that reason, I need to get rid of Dragon Rage. overly preserved citrus, to be honest. Well, I'm not right now too much, I think, but like 60 remaining at the E4. Okay. I feel like like the further you go, the less you need them, right? I've noticed that with orange berries too. So that is the one investment I needed to make, and I think everything else is kind of ready, barring the pre-damage I wanted to do on Crook, which is to pre-damage it. Damage to 123. 123, close the brackets, and there we go. I've burnt myself on that once, I'm not going to ever do that again. Post Sand Split, or maybe even the 114 Gauntlet, you're kind of set. I believe that. I trust you on that. Okay. Maybe fucking the berries early so it can get dicey. I had that with the orange berries, actually. I had, like, mineral orange berries on, like, the first 2 or 3. So I was like, oh, I need to actually be conservative with them. In practice, it, well, evidently wasn't necessary to worry about it. Partially because, like, you get more after the first Team Aqua Gauntlet, I believe. Either that or Brawly. Like, after that, you're just kind of set. So, yeah. Okay. This is still so weird, like, how much that spasms. Okay, we're gonna wait here. And we are hopefully ready for this fight. Clay is gonna be our lead. Viola, Misty, Mela, Poppy, and Brassius are gonna be the remainder of our team. I forgot to do one thing, and I need to run back. I don't need to run back, actually. I have the pre-poison here, of course. Pre-poison 6. There we go. That's what we actually needed to do. I forgot I had the script for the script worked for poisoning as well for a little bit. Anyway, for Maxi here, the most scary Pokemon is of course the Crustle. It has Stone Edge, Earthquake, and most notably Stealth Rock and Spikes. Those two make switching around very annoying, so we need to find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible. The way to do that is basically a bunch of pivots into Torkoal, who's our Rapid Spinner. I'll double mineralling my citrus berries in the last 4 fight before the berries I was sweating, as in Scent Split. Ah, yeah. I trust that. I believe that. I like high rolled the first 2, so it was never like, I never had that scare. But I'm always like, you know how in some RPGs at some point you have like 50 healing potions or something like that? I have that exact same feeling here sometimes. So I'm very conservative with basically everything. Anyway, so that's going to be the way we get rid of the Stealth Rock and the Spikes. And from there, it should be a bunch of pivots, and there are probably a few risks here and there. I didn't calculate everything precisely, but I think the general line I have should be safe regardless of what happens. And we will see if that is true. I'm nervous, therefore I'm always triple checking things. Clay is our lead, that still checks out, and therefore we should be good to go. Yep, let's go. Power contained in the meteorite. By amplifying its power, should be saved as a common run and bun issue, yep. By amplifying its power with the machine, Mount Chimney's volcanic activity will instantly intensify. Its energy will grow deep inside the crater and... Foo. Anyway. Who are you? I heard Archie bemoaning a child who's been meddling in Team Aqua's affairs. Must be me. It is me. I'm not a kid though, but yeah. Land used to live and grow. Love. Okay, I'm gonna stop caring about what he says, and we're just gonna go through it. Consequence of meddling with their grand design. Sound the horns! Here we go! Crustle is the lead! Now, we are risking like double crit on Earthquake, but the odds of that are infinitesimal. There's already like a 0.5% chance for it to click Earthquake here to begin with. And the main annoyance of Crustle is that it can click, that it has a red card. The way to combat that red card is to use Knock Off. And here it's going to either click Stealth Rock, Spikes, or Earthquake. Stealth Rock. Okay. It's no longer the first turn, and he clicked Stealth Rock. Now it's going to be a 70% chance to click Spikes. We are going to Rock Slide. Maybe just get a flinch. Would be nice. Earthquake. Okay. That is fine. As long as it doesn't crit, that's fine. Perfect. This is probably the best outcome. We are at 124. That's fine, right? I'm going to double check that I have that right. Yeah, 128 was their threshold. Okay, Rock Slide kills there. And with the pre-damage we did to Clay, this baits in the Aerodactyl. We wanted to see the Aerodactyl for the very simple reason that it's more easy to pivot around with. Aerodactyl here is going to click Aqua Tail because Aqua Tail sees a kill. And even if it doesn't, it's the highest damaging move. We're going to go to Misty, who can take the Aqua Tail just fine. And intimidates it. Does get hit by the Stealth Rocks, which is annoying, but Misty can take it. Aqua Tail, perfect. Now, even through the Intimidate, Stone Edge sees a kill. Most of the time. Even if it doesn't, it's the highest damaging move. Clay can take it. Alright. Intimidate. Number 2. And if Stone Edge doesn't crit, we are in very good shape here. Even if it does, we're not really that worried. Rock's Pursuit stuff doesn't affect us here. It does not. We have specific items to where that doesn't matter. Clay here is gonna... Oh, I'm getting a package here, so 1 second, I'm gonna be back in a second. They're always here at the worst times, don't they? Doesn't matter though. We're back. Where were we? Right. We've brought the Aerodactyl down to -2. We did this so Mela can come in safely. The one thing we were considering was like switching in Brassius if there was only Stealth Rocks, but because of how much Brassius needs to do, we're not going to do that. We're just going to switch in Mela here, who takes the Aqua Tail just fine. At -2 with its insane defense, it doesn't take even a quarter. Barely a quarter. Worst case scenario it is. Yeah. We're gonna Rapid Spin, take the Stone Edge. We'll never die to that. And thanks to the Citrus Berry we have equipped, right? Did I forget to give it a Citrus? What item do you have? It's a Nerve! It's unnerved. I completely forgot about that. Okay, that is annoying. Because now at 14 HP, it's random. It's a random move between everything, basically. But it's not a guaranteed pursuit. So we're just gonna hope we don't see pursuit and send it. Because there's nothing better we can do. No. Because the other moves see a kill, it wasn't guaranteed. And Pursuit itself did not see a kill yet. That's the main issue. Pursuit dealt 11 to 13 damage. So it was barely not a kill. And because it didn't see a kill, it was actually not like it was actually a chance to only a chance to pursue. It was like a 40% chance. It was the most likely, but it wasn't guaranteed, and therefore we can Iron Head here safely. Ah, there's the first crit. It was bound to happen at some point. I'm fine that it happens here. And the second one too. Not that that one matters, but nice. This should bait in Komodo. Just pretending for the stream that you didn't know all this. All I heard was a riskless. Yup. To be fair, I have like the calcing page that has like the percentages, so I'm not exactly sure if like, one, they are correct, and two, that I am correct. Like, I'm not remembering these off the top of my head. Thomas, thanks for the follow, by the way. This is Kamo that came in, and Kamo is going to click Body Press. Body Press is a guaranteed click, and against the 71 HP Poppy that we have right here, it is definitely going to kill. And therefore, we go to Viola, who can take that just fine. Body press number 1. And with Kamo at -1, it is most likely Dragon Tail, maybe Poison Jab, 40% chance to Iron Defense. Iron Defense is what we want to see, because that means he does Dick All. Air Slash. What? Oh, no, it's Dragon Tail. That means he's Dragon Tailing. Viola, you absolute goat! The flinch is so big there, because that means we're just good. Okay, that poison is annoying. We'll live. And that's Kamo down. Okay. I didn't take into account the possibility to flinch. I shouldn't, but this is going so well so far. Like, this is going incredible so far. And there's the Sandstorm. He's gonna Darkest Lariat. And to that we say... I was gonna say Brassius. I think this is Clay, actually. I need to check the damage ranges for everything, but... I could be put into range for U-turn. Is that a big deal? I need to check. No, that's not an issue. Okay. So we're gonna go to Clay. Clay can take the guaranteed Darkest Lariat here. And with the Intimidate proc, that's pretty useful. Pitiful damage. I'm at 60 now, okay. That means it's a random move between U-turn, low kick, and power whip. All of which Viola can take. I hope it's not U-turn. That would be annoying. But generally speaking, I should be fine. Of course it is. This is gonna be the camera up coming in. But, oh, that's actually really annoying. Oh, that is really annoying. Because I cannot switch in Misty safely now. Okay, I kind of goofed. How do we fix this? I can either bank on... because let's start this off right. Camera Ops is... is it Oblivious right now? Before Megaing? I don't know. I'm not sure. No, I mean, is this fucking Wii Ball? Not necessarily. Because of the, like, it's either we sack something, or we go straight to Misty. If we go straight to Misty, and it is Rock Slide, we're in trouble. Because we don't have something to Oko the camera ups afterwards. Crocodile's high horsepower is not enough. The only thing that would be enough is the waterfall that I have on Gyarados. This is Maxi 1, yes. So it has Earth Power, Flamethrower, Rock Slide, and Substitute. At my HP range, with me being poisoned, 73 HP, even the unmegged camera up will see a kill with Flamethrower or Rock Slide, so it's going to click a random move between those two. The safest way around this would be to go to Poppy, sack it, and then switch in Misty. Or like sack something else, but I think Poppy's the least valuable here. Its own tempo. That is immune to Intimidate, I believe. Right? Or is that, am I confusing it with like Inner Focus and all that? Own tempo. Immune to Intimidate, yeah. So I cannot switch in Misty safely. It's a 50-50, and it's a 50-50 I cannot risk. Maxi's music is such a banger. It really is. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Poppy, and if it's a Rock Slide, beautiful. If it's not, 07. 50-50. I'm gonna take the 50-50, like, against my favor. Here comes the Mega. Because if this is Rock Slide, we're still safe. Perfect. Okay. We won. I took the 50-50 correctly. Now it's guaranteed to Flamethrower or Earth Power. Misty comes in. Can take both. Has a Raspberry in case of a burn. And Waterfall Okos. No fuzz. No issues. We're through that one. Waterfall, and we're done with you. This should bait back in the Zarude. The cry is so loud for Megas. It's so insane. Sheer Force Calm Burn. You're right. I completely forgot about that. I should not have needed the Rost, and that is honestly a waste, because then I could have had the Citrus and it was way safer. Oh well. This is Zarude once again. Zarude is gonna click Sandstorm. No, it's not. It's gonna click Power Whip. At 116 HP, the only move that it can click is Power Whip. It's potentially a kill. Viola can take it. Do we have a Shed Shell? We do, but we don't have one equipped. Ooh, that is low. At 33 HP, and it being at -1. Oh, it's still always Darkest Lariat. Okay. The sequencing is a bit off here. I was hoping to kill the Zarude first, because then I could have... because Brassus would have baited the Wobbuffet, and Misty... oh, no, I'm saying that incorrect. Brassus would have baited the Camerupt, and I would have switched to Misty straight away. But for the funny, run it back for potential U-turn. Viola can't switch in anymore, so I cannot do that. I think this just go to Brassius and hope we do. Hope we manage. I think that's the best option I have. Yeah. The one issue is Brassius cannot 1v1 the Wobbuffet. Could Misty maybe do something? No, because crit would kill. Always. I don't think that would have mattered anyway. Like, I'm still somewhat contemplating the funny run back, as you call it. Because I can just go to Clay, go to Misty. Like, getting to -3, and then Brassius are really safe. No, I'm just gonna go to Brassius. I'm not gonna make it any more complicated than it needs to be. Brassius can just handle it. It's just not gonna get crit. And with Poison Heal, I should just be able to 1v1. Brick Break is a 2-shot here anyway. Perfect, that's fine. And at this HP amount for him, I want to see if Facade would kill. Yeah, I should have kept Worry Seed in hindsight, but oh well. Choosing it once, never again. Okay, Ruler, come on out. It says a little over 40, so I need to Brick Break. Okay, we are mostly good, but this is gonna be a nightmare. Much less damage than you think. Probably. I think you're probably right. So I have one little bit of recourse here. Mach Punch deals pitiful damage. So hopefully I can just kind of keep up for a bit. And he's just gonna click counter only occasionally. Nope! Well, this is where Brassius dies. I think. I'm gonna make sure this takes as long as it can. It's always gonna counter here, isn't it? That's the AI for this, right? Yeah, it's always counter because there's no special moves, right? Yeah, yeah. I think this is where I... What do I think I just Facade hope for the crit, I guess? Crit max roll might do the trick. I did get the crit, it wasn't enough. Maybe it encores me now. Nope, okay. Well, that sucked. That was not necessary at all. But that is outside. He didn't get the Iapapa he didn't get the Iapapa yet, right? I saw that correctly? Because if he didn't get the Iapapa, Clay comes in and kills. If he doesn't, I will need to go to the Gyarados. He did? Okay. Then I'm gonna go to Misty and go to my original plan. Oh, yep, yeah, glad I do this then. Because we can just kind of swagger it and go back to the original plan we had and just have him self-hit a couple times until he's in crunch range. Or that. Right? I love the swagger attack of all things. This is the weirdest way to use it, not gonna lie. And that does so little, Jesus. Come on. Okay, just hit yourself one more time. Oh no, you countered me. I didn't do anything you can counter. I should have gotten rid of Ice Fang and kept Dragon Range. Oh well. Yeah, the HP stat is kind of insane here. Snapped out of confusion. 2 Destiny Bonds. I'm gonna count them just in case. Because I think that is relevant. This does encourage Encore too, I believe, so... Come on, just hit yourself! Hit yourself! Get yourself into crunch range for me! That might be enough. Is that below 40? At 40? That's below 40. That is enough, because Crunch at minimum deals 40 damage. 40%. And he hit himself just now? Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna try for one more self-hit. If I see one more self-hit, it's guaranteed. Alright, now we're safe. Now we're just gonna crunch and we're fine. No, it doesn't. Destiny Bond only works until the user attacks again. So there was nothing, funky with Destiny Bond there. Okay, well, 1 death is acceptable. I'm gonna have to write it down, but enough. It will back off this time. Thank you. Let's click and move, not that it's successful. Yeah, exactly. And that is it! We've made it past Maxi. It's a bit unfortunate we had to sack something, but, well, sack. I just misordered things. That's really all it is. No, I don't need that. But the fight itself, I think it went well, all things considered. Gary here due to messing the order up. Yeah. I believe that. The sequencing here is definitely, what's gonna cost you a Mon or not. And that's definitely what happened to me. In hindsight, I probably should have used a Shed Shell on Loom, because they didn't really need the Citrus Berry, right? He really didn't. I should have given it to Shed Shell as insurance. For the U-turn, for the U-turn play, basically. Nope. I don't need to rest quite yet. I need to first say goodbye to my goat. My last run, I had Brassius, which was incredible, or then it was called Dixit. This run, it was not nearly as good, but it was still very, very useful, and it's another fighting type I lose, which is very unfortunate. Brassius, we thank you, and we're sorry. Hopefully, we don't need it too much and get a new fighting type soon. Or just don't need fighting types for a while. I hope that's just the case. I think this is a new level gap too, right? I believe it is. I'm gonna check if that's true. And check it the old-fashioned way. Clay's, looking at the next fight, my first instinct would be that Mela's definitely going to be brought. Okay, it is. Alright. I'm going to do the leveling in a little bit. For now, I'm going to go ahead and look ahead. for the next fight. Actually, do I have access to the grass already? Does either of you two know? I believe so, but I'm not sure. No, actually, I believe you need to do that double battle first. Right? Nah, you don't need to do the double battle, or nah, you need to do the double battle first. Okay. Alright, I kind of figured, but, you know, good to confirm. Let's get some funny music, which is this one for now. So, that means we can look ahead to the next fight, which is a double battle with Eric and Autumn. I got a message, I'll check that in a bit. And I can level everyone up to 58 if I want to. I'm not going to do that quite yet. Probably in a bit, but you know, we'll see. Actually, no, I'm just going to run the export real quick and set everyone to level 58. Just to have that done. Because 58 is the next level cap, I believe. Uh, 58, and I might as well just bring you over here as well while I do that. 58, 58, 58, 58, 58, 8, 8, 8, 8. Lovely doing this manual editing every time. I hate this so much. It keeps doing that with Zoroark. It's not Dark Aura. Stop doing that like every single tool in the game. Like surrounding the game. Okay, and I'll also check real quick if there's like any relevant moves for anyone. Crook gets nothing. Mask, I believe already learned everything in a can. Yep. Gara might get something. It gets bounce, which is neat. I'd probably get it over Ice Fang, but might as well do that for now. I'll get rid of the swagger for now. Not that I actually will, but for damage calculating purposes, that's easier. Torkoal gets nothing. Berserker gets Bullet Punch. Ooh. I think I'd get rid of Foul Play then, for now. Next up is Zoroark. It gets like Night Day. No, it doesn't. It gets Taunt though. Not sure if I want Taunt, but definitely an option. I'm not gonna like write it down now. Salazzle gets Fire Blast. Ooh. It's the only Mon that gets Taunt? Really? I mean, okay, look, to be clear, I probably will be getting Taunt. It's more that for damage calculating purposes, it's not relevant to write it down. Right? Like, it's not gonna change any damage ranges or something. That's really all it is. I'll probably get rid of Memento for Taunt in practice, or Fake Tears, I don't know which of the two yet. I mean, I don't remember doing damage exactly. Like, to be clear, you're right. I definitely do want Taunts. but like I'm not gonna get rid of anything just yet. Amoonguss gets Spore now. Similarly, not gonna write it down yet. Need to keep it in mind. Mamo gets Earthquake now, right? Yep, Earthquake. I would get rid of Stomping Tantrum, I think. For now, Stomping... I'm gonna... For the sake of it, I'm gonna get rid of Superpower, but I'm not sure that's actually what's gonna happen. Executor Alola. I believe you get Explosion, right? At this point. Synthesis. Ooh, that's even better. Not sure what I get rid of, but I'm not gonna write it down because it's not a damaging move. Dread. Stone Edge. I think that's replacing Body Press. It's not like a move you're gonna click, but it's a move you want to have written down. Because it changes your baiting a bit. Pyro gets Overheat. That's definitely gonna be part of the moveset. I'm gonna get rid of Incinerate then, I think. It's been good for a while, but whatever. Raichu Alola. Weirdest Raichu to have. It's physical Raichu. I get extra... Did I not give it Encore? I did. Okay, thank God. I was about to be very angry at myself. It doesn't have Surf anymore. That's fair, but... I think I get rid of Psychic, but I'm not quite sure. I think right now it doesn't... I get rid of Thunder Punch because it's... a Voltec or Raichu. Yeah. Like, I made this Alolan Raichu to have, like, the Psychic coverage. And have the better ability of the two, basically. I also have Ampharos still, so, like, for the more static-inducing electric type, I would have that. And I'm lacking a bit in Psychic type, so that was, like, the whole consideration there. But it's, like... Adamant, what was it? No, it's Impish and like 30 of the 25 attack and 3 special attack. So the Psychic is really weak. Thunder Punch, I believe, still outdamages like Thunderbolt, even. More or less. I believe, like on a neutral target, Thunder Punch outdamages Discharge for sure. Whatever. For now, I'm gonna not click Extreme. I'm not gonna give it Extreme Speed just cause. Just cause. I probably won't. I probably will get it, but I'm not sure of a what yet. So yeah, Talonflame gets nothing. It will get Brave Bird in due time. Torterra. Woodhammer. That's the move. Yes. We get Woodhammer over Seed Bomb for sure. Caracosta. I believe that's got everything already. Oh no, get Stone Edge still. I'm not gonna get Stone Edge. I also see that my moveset is incorrect there, but whatever. Camerupt. Gets nothing. Okay. Orbital. I believe that gets U-turn now, right? No, not yet. Almost. Mightyena has got everything, I know that. Arcanine has Sui. I believe nothing, but it's gonna be close. It gets Heat Wave. I think I get Heat Wave over Flamethrower. It's not gonna matter much anyway. Kingdra gets nothing. Okay. Octillery gets nothing. Bergmite. That's the Avalugs. I'll do those later. Because that's still like extremely big flex slot. I'll go up from here. Ampharos gets nothing. Lycanroc gets nothing. It's already got everything. I get high horsepower here, I guess. Oh, and I just have Berkmite left, okay. Avalugg. Avalugg is something to evolve in due time. It gets Icicle Crash now. I'd still keep Avalanche. This needs to be Avalugg, and I believe Avalugg Hisui also just has Ice Body. Yep, it just has Ice Body, which is definitely the worst of the two abilities. I prefer Own Tempo and whatever else it was again, I don't remember. It's Strong Jaw. Heavy Slam. And I think that's it. Crunch is fine for now. And Avalugg Hisui, which definitely has the better moveset, but the worst typing by far. Icicle Crash, Avalanche, like Stone Edge Rock Slide probably just. Do that for now. And that's everyone updated. So, what do we have planned for this double battle? We have the Gliscor with high horsepower, acrobatics, knockoff, and roost. On the opposite end, we have the Ferrothorn with Power Whip, Gyro Ball, Stealth Rock, and Thunder Wave. My first guess would be to bring like one of my two fire types. 3 fire types, actually. Pyro comes to mind. With Flamethrower that easily KOs. And it doesn't die to high horsepower. Okay, that definitely makes it interesting. Because that means I can bring something else to do that instead. We go to Pyroar, because Pyro also OHKOs Superior with the charcoal I have. I would. Yep. Easy. And then Boltund is KO by overheat, so like it's still an option. But we'll see that in due time. For now, we know we KO the Pyroar, like the Ferrothorn with Pyroar. Actually, I need to... It's not Mount Chimney anymore. This can be... This is, where are we again? Jagged Pass. Because it's time to start writing down shit for the next fight. Awesome. Copy, paste. Okay. My calculating page is also ready, so here we go. Eric and Autumn. Pyroar. Actually, I say that, but can I guarantee that... Oh yeah, I can. I know how. Because on the other end of this scuffle, we would be bringing... Who is it again? Caracosta. And Caracosta at... Even at full HP... Oh, I need to be at 78 HP. 78. Because that baits the moves from both sides. Pyroar Flamethrowers for kill. Costa protects. Costa switches. Pyroar Flamethrower for kill versus like, incomes. Fire flamethrower for kill, cost to protect. It takes both moves. Flamethrower for incomes, SERP. Flamethrower for kill, SERP. I need to, this is like the basic plan, right? I guess I could do the same with like Camerupt. I guess I can do the same with Camerupt. That's definitely true, because Camerupt can also KO Boltund. The one issue is, I believe it's... No, it also outspeeds Pharaoh, so I'm perfectly fine doing that instead. Pyroar or... Wait a second. With the Charcoal equipped? Eruption is a spread move and it doesn't hit your teammate, right? It hits foes. Yep, perfect. Because then there's even a third option in bringing Torkoal. Because Torkoal Eruption OHKOs the Ferrothorn and also heavily damages the Gliscor. And I will always bait the moose into the other slot, so I can just kind of get 3 kills in 2 turns then. So I just need to bring in something that can take a ground move and a flying move and a grass move, aka one of Mask or Talon. Mask or Talon. Where's Talon? Where's Talon? Why am I blind? There it is. And that will bring in Stonjourner, who is definitely clicking a rock move, actually clicking one of Rock Slide or Stone Edge. Then something else that can take like a ground move or a... Because we want to bait, like, both moves again, if possible. Preferably, we just see, like, Stone Edge or Stomping Tantrum, right? Oh, the Stonjourner has a sash, too. Good to know. Are there any other sashes? No. Okay, good. Good. I think in general, maybe it's just like, oh hey, Torkoal, you did your job, switch out, kind of thing. Or he becomes a protect baiter at that point, maybe. Eh, not really. Switches to Talon or Mask, or maybe like I could see Gara. I could even see Gyarados, because that definitely baits Stone Edge instead. Because I take no, it doesn't, because I take the Leaf Storm, and if it crits, it wouldn't anymore. Yeah, so that is not quite the option I would want it to be. However, I do see, like... a way to make this work, I think. Yeah, I think... Okay, I think I have an... I think I know how to do this. It's not Pyroar, it's... Torkoal Eruption. Kill plus damage. Serp. Torkoal double kill. Income. Boltund plus Stun Joiner. If Leaf Storm were to crit, only a high roll crit would be an annoyance, right? Because if it's a low roll crit, a low roll crit would be an annoyance, a high roll crit would be whatever. If I pre-damage ever so slightly, it's never going to be that. So 56, I take 21, 31 at worst. And 50 at best. 33 at worst. So I can guarantee Stone Edge. Yeah, I can guarantee Stone Edge. Okay, I think I know it. I go to Gera. Because Gera will take the high horsepower that's just going to do nothing. And take the Leaf Storm. At... And Gera needs to specifically be at... It needs to take 93 to be below half. Which would be... He needs to be at 189, basically. So that 93 damage would put me in heal range. Then I'd be at 96, which is heal range, yeah. And if it's non-crit max roll, I'd be at 116. And Rock Slide at worst deals 116. You're kidding me. How many rolls of Leaf Storm are an issue? I'm overcomplicating this probably, right? I probably am. I definitely am, because I know how... No, there's an easier way. Okay, I'm gonna go back on that Torkoal plan. I'm just gonna go back to Pyroar. Kills. And I instead go to Talon. No, not to Talon. Go to Mask. Because Mask will be KO'd by both the Thunderfang and the Acrobatics. So I can switch in something that can take both. Which in practice is probably Ampharos. I think. I think Ampharos takes an Acrobatics just fine and a Thunderfang just fine. Yep, it does. And then Boltund would be down thanks to Overheat. Charcoal boosted Overheat. Yep. So that's the right side completely gone. And I need the Charcoal anyway to get the KO. Yeah, I need the Charcoal anyway, so that's fine. Then I'd have like these two in against Gliscor, guaranteed to click a ground move then, because it's gonna be the highest damaging move against both. Like with ease. In fact, it's always gonna target the Ampharos, because that will be seeing a kill against it. Pivot Ampy on Acro T-Fang. KO Boltund with Overheat. Or is Flamethrower sufficient? No, it's not. So KO Boltund with Overheat. Ampy baits high horsepower. So I can just kind of double switch into something that can take it, like probably just back to Masquerain. Yeah, back to Masquerain and then add in Mamo. I think. This Masquerain would again bait Acrobatics. I can then go to like Lycanroc maybe. I think that works. Or maybe just back to Caracosta. Doesn't quite matter, right? No, it does, actually, because the Mamo is actually too slow. So I need probably something else. What would be the easy way out? Kingdra? Kingdra. Outspeeds and Okos with Octazooka, barring the Focus Sash, which I can break with an Aqua Jet. Yep, that works too. That works instead. It may not outspeed the Gliscor. It doesn't need to. It's not going to get targeted ever. Because I take the Thunderfang and I take the Acrobatics boosted, which means I'm definitely in range of a kill with Ampy Bait's high horsepower. Pivot Pyroar into what's it called? Pyroar into words. Come on. Pivot Pyroar into Kingdra. Pivot Mask into Ampy. Pivot Costa into Mask. And if I give this like a Wise Glasses, it's a better range to kill, but it's not guaranteed. It doesn't need to be though, because the incoming Caracosta takes the Acrobatics with Aplomb. Because this is the max damage you can do, 39. There's no rocks. Get rid of those. Yeah, pivot. Octazooka. Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet. Plus Octazooka KOs. Because Octazooka is outspeed KO. Yep, it's fine. This should do. I'm gonna go through it one more time, double check that I didn't miss anything. Pyro is our lead. Pyro should be on slot 1. Slot 2 should be the Caracosta because of how the like the trainers are ordered. Costa Okos the Ferrothorn. It's not going to get targeted by the Gliscor because Caracosta is going to be at 78 HP to bait the high horsepower. In comes the Superior, because Superior sees a fast kill on Caracosta. There's no... Did I account for power spot damage? There is no power spot. So, no. Like, the literal last mon I'll be targeting is the what's it called? Is the Sojourner. The Sojourner is a little last mon that I KO. I take the right side down first. So there's nothing to account for. Perfect, wasn't paying attention. No worries. I get that. Anyway, this should be... Okay, in comes the Superior, who is going to click Leaf Storm into the Costa. We go to Masquerain, who takes it just fine. And at the same time, it will get high horsepowered by the Gliscor. That's fine. It's never going to take any damage from that. Pyro kills with Charcoal Boosted Flamethrower. Correct. Bolton comes in. Bolton will never target the Pyroar. Pyroar is going to overheat it for the kill. That's fine. Thunderfang will see a kill into the Masquerain because it will not have an Intimidate up. And Thunderfang therefore always sees a kill. And the Acrobatics on the other end also sees a kill. We go to Ampharos, who can take both. And therefore be perfectly fine at that point. And that means the right side is done. That is correct. Then turn 4, we pivot Pyro into Kingdra because Pyro has done its job. We go Kingdra, who will never come in on the high horsepower. Even if it did, it would be fine because it would not be crit. Like, it can take a crit high horsepower. I say that, but that's not entirely true, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. It would never be targeted anyway because the Ampharos will be... It will be seeing a fast kill into Ampharos, which will be prioritized anyway. Masquerain comes in for that, takes it, takes nothing anyway, and will bait the Acrobatics. We go to Caracosta, who can take the Acrobatics and has an Aqua Jet ready to go. While the while the Masquerain uses Octazooka, which is a chance to kill. If it does, yay. If it doesn't, whatever. Aqua Jet finishes off the job there. And then in comes the Sojourner. Aqua Jet deals the first bit of chip to break the sash, and then Octazooka outspeeds and kills, and we're good. Yep, okay, I didn't miss anything. This should be fine. We're battle ready. Let's get the team. And we only need 5 Mons, which is honestly perfectly nice. If I need anything, what would that be? It's probably a fast Mon, so I'll bring Faulkner as a 6th. For now, we need Grants. We're gonna get Viola. We will be using Flannery. We will be using Elisa. I did click Elisa, but could Raichu do the same thing? Thunderfang and Acrobatics. No, it could not. Then it's just Elisa. And we need Claire. And we don't need this one, we don't need that one. As a matter of fact, we don't need any items except for the charcoal. So let's go ahead and give that charcoal. One of the better parts of using Compound Ice, getting items early. Charcoal on Flannery, thanks to having a Camerupt. No, not a Camerupt, a charcoal. Then we're also going to the script and we're going to pre-damage Grant to 148. Not to 1... We're going to pre-damage him to 78. We're going to back out and we're going to come back in and we'll see 78. And that is all the prep we need to do. We don't need any other items. We don't need any other moves. The only thing we need was the one charcoal and the pre-damage. And down we go. This is like one of the worst things of this part. It's just like the long roads back to the fight every single time. No hiker. Unfortunate. Okay. I'm gonna assume I don't get like... Okay, we don't. Here's our next double battle. And our next fight. Flannery and Grant are gonna be our lead. We need Lisa to be leveled up, so we're gonna do that first, and then I'm gonna repeat what I just said. We need to level up everyone, actually. I completely forgot I need to level up everyone. Oh, it's 57. Oh, that is... Oh, that changes things around a lot, actually, because that might make damage ranges work or not. And means I might get some moves or not. Do I want Power Gem over Shockwave? No, I do not. I don't want Power Gem. 57, 57, 57. Okay, so that's not quite what I thought it would be. I'm gonna check if, like, it makes a difference. It shouldn't, but we're gonna see. I hope it doesn't. Let me put it that way. I didn't need to level up Caracasa in hindsight. Oh well. He can be at 80 instead. That's fine. Does Pyra still get every single kill? That's really all I need to see. He barely gets it on Caracasa. He doesn't get KO'd by Gliscor. He barely gets it on Boltund. Perfect. Is Ampharos in range of like double crit? 90 and... $90 and what's the other move? 70. So no, I'm fine. Though it will bait random move. So that's kind of an issue. Because if he clicks acrobatics, that is a problem. 90 and 70. Though I would no longer... He would be itemless at that point. So 41. I'd be at 10. So if I give it a citrus, I'd be fine. Okay. Because that's the only issue we have, right? Aqua Jet, Octazooka combined to kill. Octazooka, Aqua Jet combined to kill. I still outspeed. Yeah, no, we're good. It's negligible. The only difference is we need to give a Citrus Berry. Specifically to Lisa. So, we got everything ready. This time for real? No, we don't. We need to pre-damage Grant to 80. We need to make sure that we do that correctly. And the leveling kinda threw a wrench. Okay, so Costa against Gliscor takes up minimum 80 damage. That's correct. So we are good. The idea here, Flannery is gonna lead, combined with Grant. Grant is gonna bait all moves for the first 2 turns, first 3 turns even. No, 2 turns. Flannery is going to flamethrower the right side to KO every single mon until it is Boltund, at which point we overheat instead. So that is going to be the first half of the fight. The second half of the fight is going to be the remaining of the team basically picking up the slack where Flannery did everything. This should be good. The order is right because we need to make sure that the baiting goes well. If it goes in the wrong order, we're in trouble. But because it should be the hiker first, Yeah, the hiker should be first, and therefore that should be slot 1, and slot 2 should be Autumn, the camper with the grass types. So this should be right. That's not always the main thing like I'm scared about, is like that my baiting like direction is off. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that we're right. Let's go. Jagged Pass, and this is what I've always wanted in a mountain. It rocks his soul, okay. I climb this hill every day, I have confidence in my strength. Good for you. Eric and Autumn wants a battle. Gliscor and Ferrothorn. We're gonna bring in Flannery and Grant. Order is correct. Good. Flannery here is going to flamethrower Ferrothorn. It's gonna KO in one shot. Grant is gonna protect, and it's gonna take the high horsepower that Gliscor is gonna use. One down. 4 more to go. So far, so good. In comes the Superior. Superior is gonna see a kill with Leaf Storm, and that's the literal only move it has. But we also have a Flamethrower kill against it. The charcoal that we have, make sure that we deal exactly 156 HP damage with its 156 HP that it has. Grant is going to switch out into Viola to take the Leaf Storm and to take the high horsepower, as well as bait the next moves. Gliscor is not going to get intimidated, and Superior is going to see its attack raised. It doesn't care about it anyway. Leaf Storm. Pitiful damage. And the special attack rose, which is scary if it wasn't for the fact that it dies right here and now. Good. And then we go ahead and see high horsepower into Viola, and that's not going to do anything. And here is the Boltund. Boltund is going to click Thunderfang into Viola, and Gliscor is going to click Acrobatics into Viola. We're going to go Overheat against the Boltund to KO it, and we're going to switch out to Elisa to take those hits. Elisa is bulky enough to where neither move, even if both crit, would kill me. Even, like, they will never crit kill me, and they will also never bring me in range to where I should be scared of the damage. And that's Boltund down. One side of the field is vanquished. Acrobatics. Flying Gem boosted. And that hurts. But it didn't crit, and there's no scare for me anymore. Flannery, you did everything you needed to do. Claire is going to take over from here. Elisa, you're going to get high horsepower if you're going to stay in. Get out. Go to Viola. Alright. And that's both of them switched in, and the Hypercutter means it's not going to get intimidated. Yada yada, we know. Alright. So far so good. And now with the Flying Gem gone, even though that is gone, the Acrobatics of Gliscor is still going to see a kill. We're going to Octazooka the Gliscor to do hefty damage, and we're going to switch to Grant on the Acrobatics. Who can take it perfectly fine. And the Octazooka deals hefty damage, might kill, might not, we don't really care. It crits, okay, that's an easy kill. And finally, we will see the Sojourner. Its power spot would actually buff its allies' damage. There's no allies. Octazooka outspeeds and kills, but it has Sash, so we break it with Aqua Jet. Another crit. a very necessary one, definitely. Sonjorna is down, and that's this fight done. The first fight after the level cap increase is always easier. Kind of inherent to it. I'm not gonna jump down because I have the wrong bike. So we need to go back to Mauville for a bit. And down we go. I'm gonna get the encounter here, and I think I'll call it there for today. Because of the fact that there's a gauntlet upcoming, and I'd prefer to have been preparing for that a bit. It also means that my next video is gonna come up real soon after I finish this stream. It's always at 4 PM CET on Wednesdays and Sundays, as long as I can keep that up. And I'm still keeping that up so far. So yeah, if you want to see how this run has been going so far, you can check out those videos. For now, let's go ahead and grab our encounter squad. Mostly these two. I'll check up on who else I need later, because first we need to go down a bit more to Mauville. Just kind of force the habit to go there. And down, down left, and through the desert. You can see the remainder of Zarude here. I have one joke and that's it. Anyway. Thank you. I want to switch bikes, please. Acro bike obtained. And back we go. Just gonna speed through it a bit. As much as it's needed, at least. And up we go. Through the desert. Into Route 112. Into Fiery Path. On the other side of Route 112. I do this, but I do want to double check that I didn't need to bring someone else. So, first off, let's look at the encounter table. Jagged Pass has Turtonator, Drudigon, Magmortar, Ursaring, Weirdeer, and Gibble. Two of these things are not like the others. We want to see Ursaring, we want to see Gibble. Basically. Everything else is much worse. Do they have health items? I already know the answer. Turtonator does, and Drudigon does. They have a Dragon Fang and, like, the Charcoal, I believe, respectively. Yes. And Weirdeer has nothing. And Ursaring, maybe? Nothing. Gibble? Nope. Magmortar, maybe? Probably not. Magmarizer. Yeah, definitely very useful. Anyway, so we are gonna get like some fire type counters. We do have one already in Claire. I think I don't need anything else though. I need a dragon counter mostly, so... And a ground type counter, so I'll bring like my bulky mons. And maybe even... I have a Sporemon now, right? Yeah, but I have Yawn as well, so... I will bring... Poppy real quick. I'll bring... Ramos. Claire's gonna stay. I think these 6 should do. level everyone up real quick. You get nothing, you get nothing, you get nothing. You get Woodhammer, right? Buy Seed Bomb, hello Woodhammer. And Poppy gets nothing. He only gets it at 58. Not that I need Poppy for that, but... let's bike our way back up the mountain then. And hopefully get something good. I'm not even sure if I would mind Weird Deer as much. Looking at it, because it is still an Intimidate Mon. I have enough of those to be fair, but... yeah. I would like to see, I think mostly just Ursaring or Gabite. Like, or Gibblegabite. Those two would absolutely be the best. Now, thanks to the bike swap, I can actually hop, back up, which I couldn't do with the other bike. Do we have the right lead here? Yep. Then we can turn off the repellents. And what are we getting here? Show me Gibble or Gabite. Turtonator, the most likely outcome. Okay, so at level 44, what do you have? Let's see. Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, Rapid Spin, and Body Slam. Okay. That's honestly kind of scary, looking at my team. I'll switch in Nana for now, I get, I need to check the damage, because this actually looks scarier than I thought it would. Turtonator. 44, let's assume Modest, with, what was it again, did I say Flamethrower? Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Rapid Spin, no, Rapid Spin, and Body Slam. Okay, so I have Orbeetle. Okay, he can take one crit Flamethrower, so I can just Struggle Bug safely. Deal some chip too. Okay. That was, what was that? 42 damage. And the crit multiplier right now is 2.25. That is a range. Is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. That is probably like... He's like at 5 or something. I believe I should be out of crit range for Flamethrower, so I'm gonna assume that's true and Struggle Bug. And just like don't click Flamethrower, don't make me regret it. Come on! Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm burned. I don't care. Let's go to... I was gonna say Ramos at this point. probably like average IVs. Yeah, no, at -2, Ramos is safe from everything. And I can start chugging balls. Let's see, catch rate 70. Okay. Second rapid spinner, that's neat. But Turtonator is very redundant with Torkoal. Still gonna catch it, but... Body Slam. And I'm paralyzed. Honestly, I can just kind of Giga Drain safely, right? Alright, yeah, I'm... probably good damage-wise. I'll Synthesis here just in case. Perfect. Well, yeah. That makes the Synthesis actually a good thing. I can kind of... I could Wood Hammer here, sure. Might as well. Speed this up a bit. Has Shell Armor anyway, so I'm not afraid of crits. And that is another Ball Chuck. Get in. Nice! Turtonator obtained. A male Fire-type Gym Leader or Dragon-type Gym Leader. What was the guy called in the fake Gym of Sun and Moon again? Or not, no, actually I'm gonna go with... What's he called again? The fire, like, the Island Guardian, like the Island Kahuna thingy from Alola. Kiawe. I'll call you Kiawe, because Kiawe has one of these, I believe, in the anime. Welcome to the team, Kiawe. And back up we go. Actually gonna check if there's like any items here or something. There is. Hey, Dragon Fang. It's neat. Okay. Okay, good to know. That one is optional. I don't even know what happens if you defeat him, but... Okay, let's go ahead and check out my newly caught Turtonator. Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Nothing happens. Oh, yeah. Like, you don't get out of the gauntlet early, right? That would have been unfair. Sometimes I forget what I say. Sorry. Okay. Turtonator, what do you look like? No charcoal, unfortunate. Or no, yeah, charcoal. Modest nature. That's honestly really good for Turtonator. And beyond that, I kind of figured its special attack IVs would be low. It's decently bulky, and I think with like a scale he could be really good. But that means you scale up a Turtonator. Oh well. Kind of bound to happen, right? From here on out, it's just kind of much more, like, the encounters are much more, like, preset. You can, like, opt some things out, like, oh, what do I mean? You can repel trick some things out, you can, like, dupe claw some things out. And I think, like, I have a lot of encounters, like, left over to make sure that I can get a Golisopod, which would be incredible. And if it's not Golisopod, I could guarantee muck. Like, I can either guarantee Grimer or Alola or Golisopod, thanks to routes 120 and Scorched Slab. Not to mention the Kecleon you can guarantee, the Castrum you guarantee. The Abandoned Ship we'll probably get back to at some point. For a Ghost type in particular, Route 108 might have one. Yeah, all in all, some good things upcoming, and like the fights in between should not be the hardest from what I've heard. I'm gonna put this guy with the rest of the under-leveled squad. So hopefully that turns out to be true. For now, I think I am done for today. I can feel my throat becoming a bit sore. I can feel like the fatigue setting in a little bit, and I think I've done quite enough for this stream in terms of entertainment. So all things considered, for everyone that joined, for everyone that watched, I thank you for joining, I thank you for watching. And until next time, which should probably be either Friday afternoon or next week, Wednesday or Friday-ish. Monday or Friday. Monday or Wednesday. I'll see you in due time. For now, thank you everyone. Thanks for the good luck, Thomas. And until next time, see you around. Bye.